Now, oh, me.
Oh, back canocre. To sang pine, be a want on and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you fish can see about Cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. Right here in Benin is a place called the Tuta Gogotepong, and it's a village you must visit whenever you are here in Benin. I'm taking you along. I'm going to have a good time. I'm going to have a bubble bath with the clay. Here is very healthy for the skin. I'm also going to have local lunch. I'm also going to experience the mangroves and everything to learn here. So yeah, let's go guys. I'm super excited. I can't wait for you all to see. Let's go guys. In the village called Gogotepong, it's a beautiful lodge you have to visit whenever you are in Benin. So yeah, we are leaving the Gogotepong junction to the village. Yay! It happens that we are both wearing white. Before getting to this place, you will need a boat ride, which will be arranged on your arrival. Got a motorbike from the Gogotepong junction, which cost us 1,000 CFA. So yeah, we are finally here about to take the boat to the village. So yeah, you're coming along with us. Let's go guys.
My name is Gustav, I said. Yeah. And I'm the tour guide here. The name of this lake is Aime. It's as longer as 20 kilometers. And in this river, there's many fishing. Inside you have the water forest, and we used to call it mangrove. So in the mangrove to do their reproduction. And also why they decide to do their reproduction there is because the stream of the water is not so strong there. When they leave the eggs here, the movement or the stream destroy the eggs. So they can become fish. So it's more safe there, inside there. And then they leave their eggs there and become a little fish. And then when they are growing, they move to find the deeper water.
Just as he said, the mangroves are not supposed to be cut here. If you do cut them, there's a punishment for you according to the spirits here. So yeah, it's beautiful. After 15 minutes of the boat ride and explaining how things work here, we are finally here. So we are joined by other tourists. So let's go, guys. So this is a welcome juice, which is coconut, and yeah, so you're all invited. This is a wooden straw. Guys, Mr. Diodone, say hi.
Hi, hello.
He's the owner of this resort, this village here, and he's going to tell us a bit about this place. So.
Happy I am to say just a small thing for you. I'll continue in French, please. Nous sommes bienvenus ici sur l'îlot au bio-bonheur de Gogo-Tepon, au sud Bénin. Un spa naturel. Spa avec ce que les Anglais appellent les clés baffes. Vous prenez donc un bain d'argile, une extraction du lac à aimer. Vous faites la balade dans cet écosystème particulier de mangrove pour découvrir le paysage, les oiseaux, les pêcheurs. Dans un écosystème, comme vous voyez, tout naturel, le bain d'argile après, vous passez à un autre atelier, c'est le massage au beurre de karité et à l'huile de coco pour renforcer, pour améliorer la relaxation commencée déjà par l'observation, le silence dans la nature ici. Et donc, le bain d'argile, le massage au beurre de karité ou à l'huile de coco, le repos, le silence et un exercice important. Nous disons souvent que dans un écosystème comme ça, de mangroves, de palétuviers, il faut apprendre à respirer. Envoyer l'air, sortir l'air et accompagner du petit sourire, c'est important. Bye bye.
Bye. So yeah, for all my French speaking friends, there you go, you have it there. We also have Ludu. While we wait for our massage, they served us with rice water, and yeah, you're all invited. So I'm going to share this with Abigail. Abigail, let's have it. So yeah. Yeah, it's really cute. Yeah, and it came in very hot. So no matter, yeah, it's very hot with sugar. Yeah, without milk. Apparently, it's a snack to boost your energy for massage and also all the water activities here. So I'm very happy. You're all invited. Merci. So our lunch is here, and this is how it looks like. And let's see Abigail's own. Oh, lovely. Look at the water. The water came in this cute spot. So refreshing. So I'm going to try the dakwe. It's called dakwe here in Benin. I'm going to try it for the first time since we are going to share. Let's try this. It's nice. It's like gari mixed with soup. Gari mixed with light soup. It's really good. We are currently going to have the mud bath and also a massage. I forgot to mention that there's also a lodge here. It's a very cute lodge, and yeah, so this is like a balcony, where you can take a swim here. So here you can also come here and camp. So this is where all the mud bath is going to take place. And
watch your foot to adapt your body to a clay cold.
Okay. And we are already dressed in our bikini. So she is washing our feet with water so the clay can get stuck to our body. So yeah, we are ready. We are going to have a clay bath here at the village, and I'm super happy, and I know you all are coming along. So guys, this is the clay. This is how it looks like here. So yeah, we are ready.
The clay, the small one.
And she says that the clay, they get the clay from the lake and they add it with other clay, and it's very good for your skin. It exfoliates your skin. So coming here and experiencing this is a must. This is really relaxing. It's nice. I like the feel. It's so smooth. This is how it looks like. So smooth. Very. And it smells like just like sand or like a little bit of charcoal. You add charcoal?
Oh, it's natural. Okay.
This is exclusive from the village, and yeah, I have here my marks on my face. I really like the way it feels on my skin, and yeah, this is how Abigail and I look like. Abigail, say hi.
Hi. Feeling
Yeah.
good.
So we are going to wait for like 15-20 minutes for our clay to dry on our skin so that it can exfoliate all the dead skin on our skin. I'm sure we will leave Benin fresh. Guys, we are ready. We are going to take a dip in the lake, and yeah, we are coming with us.
I'm super
How you
excited. I feel cool. Like I feel super
Yeah,
good.
like the way it dries on your skin,
Yeah.
right? It has a different feeling. It makes you feel like you feel fresh. You feel like you have just taken some dirt off your skin. So let's go guys. So the next activity is to go zip lining, and Abigail is about to start. Yes. Guys, the lake really feels so warm. Wow, this is therapy. So guys, I just took a cold shower right behind me, and I feel so fresh. The next thing is a massage before we leave here. So yeah, let's go for a quick massage. Abigail, are you ready? Meditate, and also you can also have lunch here. Having lunch here with a beautiful view. We just ended our massage. I just had a a feet and a hand massage because that's where I wanted concentration. You had what?
I had my back and my waist.
How do you feel?
I feel good, like.
Yeah, so I recommend this place hands down for you to come for relaxation, for more activities and a good time. All too soon, we are ending all activities here at the village. We are heading back to where we started from. It's back to the city, back to my hotel. And I got a souvenir, which is the clay for my face when I go back home. So yeah, if you want some, let me know in the comment section. I can organize some for you, so my friend from Benin can organize it to Ghana for you. This was a gift. He gave it to me for free, but he sells it here depending on the quantity you want. So guys, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. The whole experience, including lunch, massage, cost 15,000 CFA per person. So here it includes the boat ride, the massage, the lunch, activities here, swimming in the lake, and yeah, massage. So yeah, until next time, I want to say I love you all. More videos still here in Benin. I love you all. Mwah. It's time to go. We're leaving. We're leaving. The boat is here. Take a clay bath from the sacred lake in Benin? Let me know your thoughts.
We are here because after years of research and development, intense drive and passion, Polytanks Ghana's family is proud to bring something truly special to the market. Preserving the future, it's about sustainability. This has been our focus for the last couple of decades. Let me give you 3 reasons why we're so excited about this new tank we call the Sumo Super. Firstly, the product we're about to unveil this evening is revolutionary in its 3-layer tank technology. The tank has an inbuilt antibacterial property to help protect against algae formations and other microbes. It has UV stabilizers, which means it can withstand all weather conditions and give a longer life to water storage tanks. Secondly, the Polytank 3-layer Sumo Super has unimaginable steadiness, and we will witness this here this evening. This product is able to withstand a drop from 25 feet height without breaking or getting damaged. Let me say it's built strong to last strong. Thirdly, over the years, our cherished customers have asked us why our tanks only come in one color. We heard our customers. This is why we, Sumo Tank Super, is being introduced in 9 colors. As well, as you may well know, with over 300 distribution shops spread across every district in this country, this is a Sumo Super close to your doorstep. I therefore urge you to visit our dealers and our shops after today to get one for your home, offices, and communities. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're here about to witness today is to remind us of our commitment as Polytech to remain the trailblazers in the market. We really hope you're excited about this new product. Once again, we appreciate you for all honoring our invitation here today. It is truly a pleasure to have you here with us today. We, Poly, thank you for being here and your support.
Welcome to Media Kotoku, to what promises to be a milestone of well-being for ourselves and for posterity as we break ground for the DEK Vaccines Limited, a multiple vaccine manufacturing factory right here in Ghana, as we provide hope for a healthier Africa and prepare her against any unforeseen pandemics.
Your Excellency, we are here today due to the impact of your vision and initiative to set up the Presidential Vaccines Manufacturing Committee, especially Prof. Kwabena Frimpong Boateng and Dr. Nsiasare, who have worked so hard to assemble technical expertise to help bring vaccine manufacturing to Ghana. Today, DEK Vaccines is here to make your Excellency's vision a reality.
Ladies and gentlemen, it all started on 28th February 2021 in update 24 of what has come to be known as the Fellow Ghanaian series of addresses to the nation at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, when I declared to the Ghanaian people my determination to see to the manufacture of vaccines here in Ghana. The vaccine nationalism that was played out by the developed world with the rollout of COVID-19 vaccines meant that we had to take urgent, critical steps towards making sure that never again would we be victims or pawns of the international vaccine order. It was imperative that we took our destiny into our own hands. However, as has become the norm, right from my days in opposition to my becoming President of the Republic, any idea proposed, whether it is free senior high school education or one district, one factory policy, is scoffed at by those who claim they are lofty ideas which could not be implemented. The idea to manufacture our own vaccines was not spared either. In spite of these, I went ahead to establish a committee under the chairmanship of the former Minister for Environment, Science and Technology and Innovation, Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng, to formulate a concrete plan of action towards domestic vaccine development and manufacturing. The plan of action culminated in the announcement of the establishment in July 2021 of the National Vaccine Institute with seed funding of $25 million United States dollars from the European Investment Bank. Indeed, some 2 months ago, on 14th February 2023, the National Vaccine Institute Bill was enacted by Parliament, for which I have given assent, and whose board of directors will soon be outdoors. Its establishment has enabled the National Vaccine Institute work in unison with ministries, departments, and agencies in Ghana to boost our country's capacity to be self-reliant in the production of vaccines and bring all of us to this gathering where work on the construction of the factory of DEKS Vaccines Limited will soon begin. We want to achieve self-sufficiency in vaccine production to meet future national, regional, and continental needs for health security. We shall not then in the future be at the mercy of foreign vaccine nationalism and geopolitics.
Thank Mr. President in particular and his government in general for delivering on his promise to give us this facility. And I want to say, Mr. President, again, Mr. President, for the last time, Mr. President, we thank you very much. Why do I have to mention Mr. President's name thrice? Because what we are seeing is the first of its kind in my own life history. And for that, we are eternally grateful to you, Mr. President, and your government. And I hope generations that will come after us will come and also extend their great gratitude to you even when we are long gone.
We are gathered here this morning because of the vision of the President to give a facelift to our urban cities through his government's policy of urban redevelopment schemes. Historically, large tracts of lands have been allocated to state agencies for projects, of which very small portions are actually utilized, leaving large portions of such lands unused. This, perhaps, was not a problem in 1957, when we were only 6 million people. Today, with a population of over 30 million, it is important that we put our lands to optimal and judicious use. This is why the Urban Redevelopment Scheme is being implemented by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources in partnership with the Lands Commission and the Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority, LUSPA, to utilize such lands in a manner that will contribute to the socio-economic development of our country. This scheme is being implemented in areas such as Kumasi Sector 18, which comprises of Ridge, Danyame, and Inshesu residential areas, Old Tamale Airport, Ridge Sector 1, 2, and 3 residential areas in Cape Coast, as well as the Aviation City here in Accra. The Aviation City area encompasses land adjacent Airport City and stretches from Stanbic Heights through the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, DVLA, to the Ministry of Defense. Currently, the land hosts a number of installations for the Ghana Police Service, including a barracks with primary and junior high schools, mobile force quarters, rapid deployment force, national protection unit, fuel depot, and workshop. Other occupants in the area include the Band Trooping Army of the Ghana Armed Forces, the West African Examination Council, the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, Ghana Airport Company Limited, and the Ghana Meteorological Agency. The Aviation City redevelopment requires that all these agencies are relocated to free up the land for redevelopment. This has led to the construction of this barracks for the Ghana Police Service through a public-private partnership to relocate the personnel of the Ghana Police Service in the Aviation City enclave to this barracks.
I must at the outset thank the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources under the leadership of its dynamic minister, Samuel A. Jinapor, Member of Parliament for Damango, and everyone involved in this project and in the Aviation City project. It is testament to government's resolve to modernizing our cities and providing decent accommodation and housing for our men and women in uniform. This facility which I'm commissioning today is the outcome of one such urban renewal program the Aviation City Redevelopment Project at the Airport Enclave. It is to pave way for this redevelopment that these state-of-the-art facilities have been constructed through a public-private partnership with unique development company for our hard-working men and women of the Ghana Police Service. The facility is made up of 514 one- and two-bedroom self-contained flats, of which 322 have been completed and ready for occupation. These units are fitted with modern facilities and will serve as comfortable homes and afford a conducive working environment for police officers and their families. In addition to the residential accommodations, this project also provides a school with modern facilities, a clinic, an AstroTurf football field, a tennis court, a standby generator, a police station, a fuel filling station, a workshop enclave, and other essential amenities. This is further testimony of our unwavering commitment to provide decent accommodation and other facilities for our security personnel. Not only will this facility improve the welfare of the police officers, it will also enhance their capacity to serve our nation even more effectively. As we commission the first phase of this project, I urge the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Lands Commission and Unique Development Company to work in earnest and complete the remaining 192 housing units and other facilities that make up the second phase of the project. I've been briefed that work is also far advanced on the construction of 15-bedroom self-contained flats for the Ghana Meteorological Agency, the Ghana Airport Company Limited, and the Greater Accra Regional Office of the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, DVLA. The completion of these projects is crucial to the implementation of the Aviation City project. Once again, I want to commend all those who have worked for the success of this project. And let me mention specifically Unique Development Company Limited for partnering with government to put up these facilities for the police service and for the excellent quality of its work. This obviously is a great step towards the redevelopment of the Aviation City Enclave, which will give a positive facelift to our capital city. Let me assure you, ladies and gentlemen, of my full commitment to the realization of this project towards the Ghana we aspire. I'm confident that with God's guidance and your support, we will achieve our vision of a developed, progressive, and prosperous Ghana.
All workers on strike for what reason? There's a top management at the board, right?
But as
I mean, it's easy to always say there's a sector minister, and as soon as the minister does something, oh, the minister is interfering. The same journalist around would accuse me if I go and I say I'm going to demand these changes. They'll say, but they're Ghanaian workers, but there's a management. We all have to decide as a country what we want. We live under the type of system that we want, right? I can tell you as a minister what I've done. Right? I gave Tor a new business opportunity in the premixed fuel market. That all the condensate from Ghana Gas should go to Tor and use it for blending and premixed fuel, right? The last time I heard, over $2.5 million worth of condensate that condensate from Tor. If we all want Tor working, we don't want another ECG in Tor, do we? because it will break the back of government, the bills in tow. They have over $500 million of debt sitting on there. And go and look at how the debt's accumulated. People bring their crude to refine, and then crude losses. I set up a committee that worked for 8 months just trying to reconcile toll losses. My sister, you don't pay taxes for it to be a drain. You pay taxes for an efficient function of government. Government, I can tell you, is doing so much work to bring toll together. As we speak, there are proposals lying down in toll. The Attorney General is having a look, SIGA is having a look, Finance Ministry. Because you saying journalists will come and say government has sold toll to its cronies if we don't get it right. And getting it right is a difficult proposition that we are putting out. And we will work diligently to give Ghanaians what is good. Petrol has not shot in this country, or petrol is not scarce in this country because toll is not working, is it? Okay. So if toll is come to work, it has to come with the efficiencies for which it can allow to participate in the market. We are not going to say toll because toll is toll. Toll will bring in petrol products that me and you cannot buy. You will turn around and tell, the old system was better, right? Mm-hmm. So we'll work to get it right. There shouldn't be some payers of electricity and others who we call non-payers of electricity. Whether it's because the meter is not working, or it's because you are doing things, or you are using a meter not certified, or you are bypassing the ECG system. Who should pay for who to enjoy? We should all know that ECG is rendering such a vital service for all Ghanaians, especially in their zone, and everybody must prioritize paying electricity. We should really look back for when we were not enjoying electricity and we were all having generators. And if you'd like, all of you do a study, switch off your ECG prepayment system, don't pay for 1 month, and use generator for 1 month and compare the bills. I don't believe that people would say ECG has increased or PRC has increased tariff. Last year and this year, everything has increased. Your house rent has increased, your food cost has increased, your transportation cost has increased. So how could ECG have functioned within that period without increasing tariff? It beggars belief. Workers have even called for a cooler or things, support, or the realities. So we all have to understand that without energy, there is no economy. And everybody must pay. You can't want lights and shout if the lights are not on and you shout against government. And if lights are on, you say, I won't pay my bill. My ministry operates on prepaid meters. We have to be responsible to our duties, or else we should stop asking government for electricity. Once you see it, once we all see the visible improvement in the electricity system over the years compared to some years back, we should all make it a point to advise Ghanaians, everybody you know. We live in the same neighborhood. You already know those who are not paying. You even know those who are doing illegal connections. You either have to give us a tip-off or you have to encourage those people to be. The more people pay, the less the bill will be. Okay. If 30% of Ghanaians are not paying, or ECG is not able to collect 30% of the money, it means only 70% are paying for the 100%. And obviously, the bills will be higher. PRC is a body that has been set up by Ghanaians for Ghanaians to work on behalf of consumers. So they come up with a rational tariff, a tariff that they deem must be affordable and can be affordable. I would like people to really compare 1st January 2016, the price, and 1st January 2022, the price in dollar terms, and see which one was even cheaper. I can put it on record that when you do the sums, it's probably far cheaper in 2022. So ECG has faced a tremendous pressure to deliver. Because without ECG, we all hear that the government is restructuring the debts with the independent power producers. They all rely on ECG to pay these power producers. And if ECG cannot collect the amount of money it has to collect, the independent power producers will never have enough money to pay to continue producing the power for all of us to enjoy. We have to live responsibly. When ECG began this program, I always communicated to the management that I'll demonstrate our support for this program by physically visiting one or two entities with them. And that is what I've done today, and probably I'll do on Friday. The ECG, I think, said that the amount of money that they intend to collect or has not been paid over a certain period was over 5 billion. I would like to know when they finish the program how much they've been able to collect and why they were not able to collect probably 80% of the bill. I don't believe in success factors we cannot all clap to. If they think the program has been successful, they must demonstrate it in how much they've retrieved. If not, what has caused their inability to retrieve it, and what plans are they having for subsequent visits. I lived in another country where you are taught how to read your own meter and pay on credit. You see, when I talk about responsibility, I really mean that we are up and running. You don't say food prices are expensive or extremely high, so you wouldn't eat. You'd rather start looking at what you eat and how many times you eat and readjust to your pockets, right? I'm saying after food, probably the next thing is about energy, whether electricity or energy for our car. In the last year, I think we've all heard the trotro drivers and taxi drivers and everything increase prices incessantly. After every fuel price adjustment, we are being told to pay more for power. If you think that you cannot pay, you find a way of working more efficiently or better. So if you go to work 5 times a week and your work would permit, you start probably going 3 times a week. But you cannot say you are not going to go to work. So the other side is how much we consume the energy at home. We should use more energy efficient equipment. Right? We should use more energy equipment, and we should make sure when we are leaving our homes, we don't leave the electricity on. If you check the last PURC tariff adjustment, they did far better for SLTs than has ever happened in this country. Let us trust the systems that we have operating. The last PURC tariff adjustment, they did work for the SLTs. But it's not only energy, it is the key component in industrialization. But if we are the same people, we are not paying for the bills, whose company should make profit for ECG to make a loss? And who should fill up the ECG losses for who to make a profit? It's a simple question. If you say he's employing 1,000 people, so he should not pay electricity, who should pay the electricity? That's my whole question. I'm not saying that if the electricity bill could get cheaper, we shouldn't make it so. We've demonstrated in part, as well as the sensitivity of this government, that the December price of fuel and the April price of fuel, there's a marked difference. The benefits of government policy has accrued to Ghanaians. If it's possible in electricity, like I said, the PRC in price rate determination and last price review, I think they did better for SLTs. And we want even to do better with PRC. They want to come to the position like fuel where the price is the same. Okay. That's where I want to get to.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, dear one ton and be a man in quite bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Mepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did a shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10 and $10 for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Sports Check. My name is Perez Ezwakwa. When I'm speaking to Mr. Seth Jima, I mean, if you're on social media, on Ghana media platform for the past 24 hours and over, I'm sure you might have seen him, his works, his emotional interview, his story. He's been trending. He's been all over the place for his incredible work in the UK for the past 24 hours, and we are delighted to be speaking to you. Hello and welcome to GhanaWeb, Mr. Seth Jima.
Thank you for having me, brother. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, my friend. First and foremost, let me say congratulations on your victory. There is a bit of confusion. Is it your first or second victory? Professional?
Yeah, it's my second bout.
Oh, okay. And so the story says that you were a Libra or a Mason here in Ghana. Then you traveled to the UK. So how did it all start for you?
Obviously, I'm from Ghana, and I grew up in there's a small village called Bima. It's in the Asokore sector east. You know, Asokore Fijase, Asante region. I don't know if you have heard about it before. So that's the part of my life. I grew up there. I got 10 sisters, and I'm only one boy of them. You know, so when I was growing up, I literally noticed that life wasn't easy because my parents was going a lot of challenge, but they never gave up on us, you know. So they did everything in their way to support us. Yeah, I used to travel 5 miles to school from village to my school. Probably cassava, plantain to go to sell them before we get money to buy something to eat, and we use the same money to buy some stuff we don't have at home, you know. So that's the kind of life I grew up. And then I went to T.I. Ahmadiyya Junior School in Asokore, and then I went to Krobia Asante Technical Vocational Institute. That is where I studied building and construction BC, you know. So that is where I'm become more about mason, and because it's part of my subject I was learning in school, you know. And in the vocational time, I traveled to big city with my to go to see my sisters in Brema, Kumasi, and that is where I bought a travel to looking for jobs.
But whilst you were in school, did you do any kind of sport? Were you doing some boxing or some football, or you were not a sports person at all?
Nah, I was the goalkeeper. I was catching girls, you know. I was really good with when it comes to goalkeeping. I was really good with that, you know. But I was very active. active kid. Like, yeah, no many at the pa. So those time, yeah.
It's go keeping what damn our school team, baby, and I said it was just if you what time I was my dear no but what go and I said we be mom and I said
yeah, na me da omugo and if you so na I said crack it to a bit na also without me the boss so but boxing there was not part of my life because me quite my dad or how you can become a chef. I never boxing home. Me quite home boxing gloves that when I was back home.
So after school we technical school and then we before eventually the opportunity came for you to fly out.
Like I said, it was all about hustling. Yes, nominate one of my brother-in-law was selling trainers shoes in Babi from Mercury, Kumasi Mercury. Now he's selling Pabo. Then after that, one of my cousins Juma was Santiago. I was carrying a heavy load like beam, take or we can take our forest now you loading place, then we pack them in a big truck container and we ship them to overseas like Europe, India, Americas and stuff like that. So I was doing everything it will help me to look after myself and my family. Yeah.
So at what point did the opportunity come for you to fly out?
Around 2012, and when it came up, obviously the opportunity came at once, like we all know. So once it's come up, I was like, why not? Big city. Let me go and see how it goes. So I came here, and there was nobody nobody here I know.
How did it happen? Is it a case that you knew someone and you got invited, or I mean, how did you go from Kumasi to about is then an opportunity there and maybe you'll be invited to and I said Bibina?
No. Charlie, now everyone got a dream. What you say? Everyone, what you way there, your dream is maybe just say your dream is maybe to travel to maybe big city like New York or maybe California to continue your life there. You don't know anybody. You don't need to have, or you don't need to know someone there. What you say? So as long as you work, you have a capacity, you have amount to look after yourself. Charlie, you need to go. What you say? So I said to myself, listen, baby, I'll go. So Brabby and then let me know. I will chrome her. Let me know, Freezy. When you come, I'll come and meet you at airport. So I was very excited. But when I get to Heathrow Airport, he turned me off.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he turned me off. After my friend crowd, my friend I could see home phone. I can't remember. And yeah, no. Home, home phone.
Okay.
Yeah, house phone. And Madame be picking what we looking for. And I'm body penetration. Was it one crash? I was like, oh shit.
So how did you survive your early days in the UK with all these challenges?
That is a good question. Yeah, because me buy say now my friend will be all Ghana and now on the friend down for be all Okromoa and Nipan be me now check akra be 2 hours and Nipan be farm free airport then me buy for a ban ho. No say how the this is how the life is in the UK. You got to pay bills, you got to this guy one promise I the 3 me that kind nama is carry there. Then it came to the point that I need to move out from the house. Because UK life Ghana, if you know something to do, you just enter there and say, oh, please, I'm looking for a job. You know what I'm saying? You need to go all the process and here your documents and stuff like that. So it take bro, Charlie, any bread. And even at some point I met Uncle Bia or me papa. They grew up with my father in that village, Bima. So they try to help me, but once you grow up, you need your own freedom, and I get out from them and I get my own place, and then my own place it end up so bad then, bro. I end up sleeping in the bars, on the street, McDonald's, and a whole lot happened, Charlie. Nipa bread, but obende, yeah,
So at what point did the boxing dream start? Tell me the
2015 to 16. Let me wait on the packet of boxers. That is the boxing fight I'm sure. Yeah, I was like, me boxing with the bam. And then I may wear that would Johnny said checking me. I said, my way they meet my junior. So I just saying just like that, you know. And Madam said, no, bro, these guys are different. They are different level. I'm saying, no, I can't, because one thing about me say, I'm always say, I do be who I meet me. That is my motto.
Okay.
You know, I always said, Ajuma being who I mean to me, Ajuma, because Ajuma being who I mean to me, it's Ajuma, I will do it because Mekai, Brahma, Bima, Masua, Timba, Masua, like, yet me got trek, Equadida, Bontain, BT say, be a Techima near Tom, in Kum near any phenomenon. I've been there before, you know, so it's part of hustler, it's part of me. So I was like, there is no job I can't do it. I can do it. You know what I'm saying? So, in some point, you know, 2017, I start boxing, and I'm a core. Nipa class one Jimmy Sika na me the Bible registered Germany because he asked me how old are you, and I said 27. He said, nah, that's too late, bro. Let me tell you the truth. You can't be a good boxer, bro. Yeah. I said, why not? He said, we start boxing at the age of 9, 10. Look at these kids. Obusa and crying. So more 10 years, 9 years. They said, you see, you can't do it. You're too old for this shit. Sorry.
So how did you feel when they told you that you were too old to start a boxing career? I said for you were just determined to do it. So I think them can cry out here.
And then one can last word none one can. Yeah, the all kind of cry meet here. And one can man say the more kind of cry. Man, say the one because now my imagine say I will do it. And one thing about me is if I want to do something or I want to achieve something, the only thing it can make me stop from your side as a friend or someone who try to get me down is, Charlie, you can't do it. When you can't ask me to pay, you can't do it now. And you any one can cry, I will do it. That is my thing. Oh, me I did with it, you can't do it. You fail. Oh boy. I will show you say I can do it. I did not mean I do what yet. I distribute. What you say, but we are saying who say any school can many pay for and then many pay what you say. In lie and how smart you are and clever you are. You can be successful. You know, so yes, I mean, my thing, me call and say, "By one now, or so one just come." Then later on, me buy any papa friend or so. All right, I'll take the money. Then I start from there and I start training as an amateurs. Then yet, me job crying right hand and yet bibia Charlie na kakra kram dimusa. But starting so now, I was doing cleaning jobs like cleaning some churches, you know, changing beans, stuff. Or that was my job. I was doing it every day. Then later on, the imagine said, but now my job we call it key job. I don't know, say what can be a key job? But key job here, I do my say the fans I have no office. We two more we key back on the Bema cleaner. It was also bad, no about being a Juma. So he got one of my key from my office. What you are saying? I'm a key job to do it at any time. Be the pan be free office. So we have called it key job.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub. Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana Ghana and the government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Sports Check. My name is Perez Ezwakwa. When I'm speaking to Mr. Seth Juma, I mean, if you're on social media, on the Ghana media platform for the past 24 hours and over, I'm sure you might have seen him, his works, his emotional interview, his story. I mean, he's been trending. He's been all over the place for his incredible work in the UK for the past 24 hours, and we are delighted to be speaking to you. Hello, welcome to GhanaWeb, Mr. Juma.
Thank you for having me, brother. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, my friend. First and foremost, let me say congratulations on your victory. There is a bit of confusion. Is it your first or second victory? Professional?
Yeah, it's my second bout.
Oh, okay. And so the story says that you were a Libra or a Mason here in Ghana. Then you traveled to the UK. So how did it all start for you?
Obviously, I'm from Ghana, and I grew up in there's a small village called Bima. It's in the Asokore sector east. You know, Asokore Fijasi, Asante region. I don't know if you have heard about it before. So that's the part of my life. I grew up there. I got 10 sisters, and I'm only one boy of them. You know, so when I was growing up, I literally noticed that life wasn't easy because my parents was going a lot of challenge, but they never give up on us, so they did everything in their way to support us. Yeah, I used to travel 5 miles to school from village to my school, probably cassava, plantain to go to sell them before we get money to buy something to eat, and we use the same money to buy some stuff we don't have at home, So that's the kind of life I grew up. And then I went to T.I. Ahmadiyya Junior School in Asokore, and then I went to Krobia Asante Technical Vocational Institute. That is where I studied building and construction BC, so that is where I'm become more about mason, and because it's part of my subject I was learning in school, and in the vocational time, I traveled to big city with my to go to see my sisters in Brema, Kumasi, and that is where I bought a shovel to looking for jobs.
But whilst you were in school, did you do any kind of sport? Were you doing some boxing or some football, or you were not a sports person at all?
Nah, I was the goalkeeper. I was catching girls, I was I was really good with when it comes to goalkeeping. I was really good with that, But and also I was a very active kid, like no many of them so those times,
It's goalkeeping. But what time I was school team, baby, and I said it was just if you what time I was here, my dear, no, but Oda go and I said, "Oh, baby, mom," and I said,
I'm the omugo, and if you so now I said a crack it to a bit now also without much boss so, but boxing there was not part of my life, because me quite my dad or how you can become a chef. I never boxing home. Me quite my home boxing gloves that when I was back home.
So after school, I'm technical school, and then we before eventually the opportunity came for you to fly out.
Like I said, it was all about hustling. Nominate one of my brother-in-law was selling trainers shoes in Babio from Mercury, Kumasi Mercury. Now he's selling Pabo. Then after that, one of me cousin is going Juma was Santiago. I was carry a heavy load like beam, take or we can take care of forest now you load now you loading place. Then we pack them in a big truck container and we ship them to overseas like Europe, India, Americas and stuff like that. So I was doing everything it will help me to look after myself and my family. Yeah.
So at what point did the opportunity come for you to fly out?
Around 2012, and when it came up, obviously the opportunity came up once, like we all know. So once it's come up, I was like, why not? Big city. Let me go and see how it goes. So I came here, and there was nobody here I know.
How did it happen? Is it a case that you knew someone and you got invited, or how did you go from Kumasi to about a opportunity there, and maybe you'll be invited to an answer bibina?
No. Charlie, everyone got a dream. What do you say? Everyone, what you way there, your dream is maybe just say your dream is maybe to travel to maybe big city like New York or maybe California to continue your life there. You don't know anybody. You don't need to have, or you don't need to know someone there. What do you say? So as long as you work, you have a capacity, you have amount to look after yourself. Charlie, you need to go. What do you say? So I said to myself, listen, baby, I'll go. So Brabby, and then let me know. I will Chromo. I mean, I'll catch him. Oh, let me know, Freezy. When you come, I'll come and meet you at airport. So I was very excited. But when I get to Heathrow Airport, he turned me off.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he turned me off. After my friend crowd, my friend I could see home phone. I can't remember. And no. Home, home phone.
Okay.
Yeah, house phone. And Madame be picking what you looking for. And I'm body penetration. Was it on the crash channel? was like, oh shit.
So how did you survive your early days in the UK with all these challenges?
That is a good question. Yeah, because me buy say now me friend will be or Ghana and now on nipa friend down for be or Okromoa and nipa me tna or check akra be 2 hours and nipa be fan free airport then me buy for a ban ho. No say how the this is how the life is in the UK. You got to pay bills, you got to sky one promise I the me that kind of nama then it came to the point that I need to move out from the house. Because that come so many because UK life Ghana, if you know something to do, you just enter there and say, oh please, I'm looking for a job. You know what I'm saying? You need to go all the process and here your documents and stuff like that. So it take bro, Charlie, nipa bread. And even at some point I met Uncle Bia or me papa. They grew up with my father in that village, Bima. So they try to help me, but nipa there, once you grow up, you need your own freedom, you know. Sure. And I get out from them, and I get my own place, and then my own place in the crowd. It end up so bad, then, bro. I end up sleeping in the bars, on the street, McDonald's, you know, and a whole lot happened, Charlie. Nipa bread, but obende, yeah, nyaminti yarasuti.
So at what point did the boxing dream start?
2015 to 16. Let me wait that pack of boxes. That is the boxing fight I'm sure. Yeah, I was like, meaning boxing with the bam. And then I may wear that would Johnny start checking me. I said, my way they meet my junior. So I just saying just like that, you know. And Madam said, no, bro, these guys are different. They are different level. I'm saying, no, I can't, because one thing about me say, I always say, I do be anywhere meet me. That is my motto.
Okay.
You know, I always said, Ajuma be anywhere meet me. Ajuma, because Ajuma be anywhere meet me. It's Ajuma, I will do it because Mekai Brahma bread, Bima Masua, Timba, Masua, like yet trek, Equadida Bontain, be to say, be a Techima near Tom, in Kum, any phenomenon. I've been there before, you know, so it's part of hustle and it's part of me. So I was like, there is no job I can't do it. I can do it. You know what I'm saying? So in some point, you know, 2017, I start boxing and on the core, Nipa class one Jimmy Sika and the Bible registered Germany because he asked me how old are you now? I said 27. He said, nah, that's too late, bro. Let me tell you the truth. You can't be a good boxer, bro. Yeah. I said, why not? He said, we start boxing at the age of 9, 10. Look at these kids. Obusa and crying. So more 10 years, 9 years. They say, you see, you can't do it. You're too old for this shit. Sorry.
So how did you feel when they told you that you were too old to start a boxing career? For you were just determined to do it. So I think I'm can't cry out here.
And then one can last word none one can. Yeah, the all kind of cry and meet you. And one can man say the more kind of cry. Man say the more can because now my imagine say I will do it. And one thing about me is if I want to do something or I want to achieve something, the only thing it can make me stop from your side as a friend or someone who try to get me down is, Charlie, you can't do it. When you can't ask me to pay, you can't do it now. And you any one can cry, I will do it. That is my thing. Me, I did with it, you can't do it. You fail. Oh boy. I will show you say I can do it. I did not mean I do what yet. I disagree. What you say, but we are saying, man, who say, and you school can many pay for, and then many pay. What you say? You know, and how smart you are and clever you are. You can be successful. You know. So, yes, I mean, my thing, me call and say, "Buy one now." So when Jessica, then later on, me buy any pocket friend or so. All right, I'll take the money. Then I start from there. And I started training as an amateurs. Then yet, my job crying right hand and yet bibia Charlie na kakra kram dimusa. But starting also I was doing cleaning jobs like cleaning some churches, you know, changing beans, stuff. Or that was my job. I was doing every day. Then later on, Me imagine say, but number job we call it key job. I don't know, say be what that voodoo or brochura. What can be say key job? But key job here, as you might say, the fancy I have no office. We two more will be keen back on the Bema cleaner. It was also bad, no about being a Juma. So he got one of my key from my office. What you said, I'm a key job to go at any time beer, depend be free office beer. So we have got a key job to be called Makoya, or so in a gentleman, you big a cry. After Mohammed, the chairman that can do so, my brewa.
Now, we point training. I sound by side jobs.
Yeah. Go across Namsa work that you need night shift. Juma be on a night shift. We gym corner beside the court, Masako night shift. Me koban, Namasa papa to gym. Bro, I was like, I don't know. Honestly, we need the chasing me, but I can feel like say I want to be, I can be someone great. What you say, but it's like I'm chasing. I say, you like you chasing the greatness. That is how I can say. That is saying much. Actually, I say, minna. What yes, even sometimes we walk around me Juma instead 7 for bus and we walk around 9 miles. Me for bus, me kwana me backpack, me boxing boots, me club, me boxing outfit, everything in the bag. Now me run work. Me come shower so na my shower na my start Juma. Go a chef for no motion me so strong with you. Wonder. Because na me kitchen porter, na me room kuku near the idea. Through kitchen porter, no, I work so hard and I become a chef.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So at what point now, when you saw breakthrough, so Charlie now you got signed onto a record, onto a label, and you were billed for professional bout. When did that happen?
Me you call me kind of say you call a yibi boxing show be no shada boxing show like how they call it I say boxers for na akushia. So yeah matchmaker, they try to match. They obviously they have a boxing event coming, so they're looking for boxers. It's so much I'm say yo spar this guy. If you only cost per no akwana matching fight no or make fight and happy no or sure was no, this guy is not good for you, you're gonna fight this guy. So no or make things down, he dropped things down. It's there was a one guy it was like 30 kg different. I was like 81 and he was like 115 kg. Right? He was sitting there, and this guy looked so upset. He looked like he's ready to fight. It required him catch him and like organize and said, "Can I fight this guy?" But I'll catch him and said, "No, this guy, bro, are you mad? Look at his size. He's a heavyweight. Why do you want to fight that guy?" And obviously, I'm a light heavy, so there is a difference with the divisions, so they don't want guy to fight me because if you do that, you can get damaged because I'm fighting, for example, if I'm going to fight Anthony Joshua, obviously it's so wrong because of size different, right? So one fan and was still be na console in the barbecue. And I'm so right, cool. It was the be my then I really handled the guy. Okachi and say, now use your one hand to spar the guy, right? So and this time I was still doing the amateur, I was doing the amateur. Then then the guy came up in the ring. He hit me and he pissed me off. I went inside and boom, I knocked him off. I will send you that video if you haven't seen the clip. I said when I knocked him out and the way the combination, everything comes, strength and anger, aggressive and everything, boom, I knocked him out, and then everyone film it and people start to share it and it's go viral and it go everywhere. And then the following week, guess who posted? 50 Cent.
Wow.
50 Cent posted the video and everyone tag me under the comments and say, yo, this guy is Freezy. That time I was my followers in the Instagram. I was nobody. I was like 300 or 3,000. Then 50 years I'm now for fun post tagging me thing was said. Then I wake up and my followers went up. Boom! It go up like 15K. I was like, wow. Then I got interview from Sky News. I was like, then they was like, why you actually British Mike Tyson? That is where I got that name.
Yeah.
Then it started, British Mike Tyson, meet British Mike Tyson. Then the name stuck, and everyone's talking about. If you up to date, when you go to Google, you type British Mike Tyson, you will see who will come first. And the honor, that moment, I know that, wow, now I know who I am, so I'm not going to sleep.
You know, I mean, Mike Tyson needs no introduction when it comes to boxing. So, for you, someone with the kind of story you have, how did it feel for you to be tagged the British Mike Tyson? You know what I was saying?
It feels great because he's the guy I look up to.
Okay.
I watch him. I watch his fight. I watch how he jab. I watch how he punch people. I watch his anger fight in the ring. I love it. I love it. And one of the things I love about him is his boxing skills, which is peekaboo. You know, put your hand up, move your head, come inside, and that. And I love that. And his height and my height, he's a bit higher than me. I'm 5'8", you know, and he was like, I think 5'10" or 11, something like that, you know. So it fits me, you know, and obviously, so I was like, yeah, I want to be, I want to learn his skills, you know. And see, it was cool, but I know not share me thing. I'm not gonna lie to you. My bad. And no share me thing, maybe a Jumano, and my because I mean that because they will say, wow, I can see myself like in the future, and things are gonna get better.
But so when did you get your first? When did you get signed onto a label, a promotion, and when did you get your first bout? How did it come about?
Yeah, me come amateurs now. My first amateur, I knocked the guy out 25 seconds, right? And then the next one, I lost. I keep losing. I lost 4 loss by points, you know. And one of me lost, and I got emotional because I worked so hard. I said, you enjoy something, you do something, but okona and kuyema. What I say, like, oh, what? Then I changed gym. When I changed gym, I switched gym to another gym. Then that gym called double jab boxing gym. That up to date, that is the fastest knockout in that gym. That is 9 seconds. I can send you that video, and they gave me certificate for that. I went there, boom. I was like, wow, and doctors look after him and that, you know. So that was so altogether. I think I have like 18 amateur fight. You know, and I become 2019, I'm sure 2017 or 19, I become a Haringey boxing gold medal. That is another competition. Be or fighting for 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You got to win all. Ulusua, you're out. And I did that, and I won all of it. You know, so all these things, you know, it built me up. And normally, it's not that you. Oh, sorry, yeah, now we will be able to and right now we didn't have no, there is a whole lot you got to go. But I like the type of interview you do because you try to pick and know who is this guy, where he has been, why he become who he is now, why his name is trending. People don't look at that way. Everyone thinking, oh, Freezy MacBones, British Mike Tyson. Now they even call Africa Mike Tyson. Now Ghana Mike Tyson. I don't even know. Everyone can call me whatever they want. That's cool. But people don't know why you become that. What make you that? A lot of things pushing me. One, where I come from, my mom, obviously, I spreading my family side to you. Charlie, baby, if you what you say? So share me point.
No, because I saw a tweet someone saying that they could feel the hunger and the determination and the commitment in the punches you were throwing. I said, when you say, Charlie, we name a Juma, we na I didn't be do it. So it would be a shame. So punching in I said, everything goes in. You don't leave anything out.
Oh, no, I want to.
Yeah.
With you say, Bibia, Bibia, when then nobody cares me for an interview, but it was funny. He said, "Now, Chadiana, what trying to say? And I will be a member of Prassia Chinkusia Bre. Now, what the Maba be see? I'll because of Minjao, I'll be you." What you say? So it's part of the process. So that one is there in terms of the, and also the a hono na a normal shase ye kakra bidini kosrono, and Buhuman reached out to me. Buhuman is a brand, is like a Nike. This is their outfit, and they look a honyakopon beyadoma ma outfit mentoshe. If I need a clothing outfit, I say even if you look at my pictures, I didn't like the same brand. Buhuma. They are my sponsorship. It's have a nyakopon man is also then I say next kaka krabi si flow but I'm in Kojuma beam go from Kukumu beam. But when say Ghana for we one more.
Yeah.
It's the kitchen, no, not me kitchen. Honestly, I love kitchen because it's like a meditate. That it helped my mind to grow. Even that because of the kitchen, that's where now I got business going on. It's called Freezy Snacks. So check your social media. We call it Freezy Food. It's like a plantain chips. And now I'm gonna do jollof rice as well. So the whole I love kitchen. I love being busy in the kitchen, like I told you. All this kind of idea. I have my own brand going on right now.
Okay. So it's latest about here, I mean everyone is talking about. How did you get to that level, and what going into the fight, what was the mindset?
Yeah, before this fight, it's like almost like a 4 years. Opia whom on the street. When are you fighting? When are you fighting? Instagram, when are you fighting? Because it's like people want to see me fight. People want to see what I got. People want to see what I have because they see me sparring like professional people, great people, but they don't have a chance to see me on the main big show, It's a normal delay kakra. Then last November, I supposed to have my first professional fight on November, but I broke my hand and I got injury and it got canceled. Then last month, 10th of March, I got my first bout. Then I stopped the guy Woodley. His name is Woodley. Yeah, I think so. I stopped him in the second round, 10 seconds. I stopped him. So this one, 2 days, Tokoya Mikoyi on 2 days. Your friend say, Mr. Kemba. Okay, I say. Now the man here, he said, this guy, he's very tough guy. He got 113 fights. And he lose more of it, honestly. He lost a lot of his fight. But the thing about him is that he's one of the toughest guy in boxing in UK, which is journeyman and stuff like that. So he know more about the ring. He know how to take a punch. He know how to. So when in my mind, me, I just say, so Aquari, he know more about the ring than me because he started boxing. What I say, and now I get the opportunity. So if you go in like you jab, move your head, jab. Now this guy is gonna get away with it. So I'm not going there to play with him. I'm going there to beat him like a thief.
The way you went all offensive, I think there have been a lot of praises for you as well. The others also feel that the way you fight is too amateurish and you still have some grooming to do. How do you feel about the criticism? Of course, the praises are loud. I mean, but there are others who also feel that you still have a long way to go before getting to the top. How do you feel about those things? So who's our comments in Libya?
If you do something and you don't have people to talk about it, that means you're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
You need people to talk about you. You need people to talk good, bad. It's all good. It's all come together. Like I said, I started boxing at the age of 27. And if I'm mean to me,
yeah.
So I assume I'm now. I feel I'm opportunity fighting on the platform. So now I catch them say, "Oh, the way I fighting the won't come baby." And I no, I'm doing me, bro. I'm enjoying my boxing. I'm enjoying what I want. What you say? And one thing about I don't listen to what people say. I don't focus on that. I do me. When I came back, I watched the fight. I see things I need to do to make myself happy, not what the others saying. I always focus on myself. I always put myself first, and I always make sure I'm comfortable for what I'm doing.
Okay, but of course, Ghana, for instance, have a history of, producing great boxers, the likes of Azuma, Joshua Colette, those guys, they need no introduction when it comes to training boxing coaches. Are you going to reach out some of these people? Maybe Azuma, maybe Uber send you a video and say, oh, senior man, what they share, maybe I'm advice, maybe. And now, for now, we know with team,
No,
they're focused on.
Sorry. No. Boxing is like politics. You don't see MPP goes on easy to get information or idea or help. Yeah. Right? I start where I am, me and my team, me and my coach. If it doesn't go well, we plan together what next, what we should do, what that, right? And we bring what we have learned to the public, and the public will see. So I don't need they all kind. I still have respect for them. They are goats. They are legend. They are up there. I have love for them, right? But everyone, I keep myself to myself. I do me. Yeah, so I just want the best for myself, and I have my team, and we keep growing. We're growing. Charlie, remember, I started boxing 27, bro. 27, brother. What you are saying? I got nothing to lose. Like I said in the interview, I got nothing to lose. Every step in my life right now is a blessing. I'm a winner.
Sure.
So, yeah, keep going, brother.
But what's the biggest objective for you? What do you want to achieve at the end of it all?
Biggest of what?
Your biggest objective in boxing.
I want to have a title. But this year at least I need to have like 6-5 for year or 5-5. So next year I can start having a title. What's the mission I say? Yeah. Everything will come. I don't look at the big I look at the big picture. That's the dream. I don't look at big top like WBC, IBF. No, we start from here to go here, step by step, 1 to 2. You know, we don't jump from 1 to 4. What I say? So right now, I stay focused. Now my real 2-5, 2 win. Woo, that's beautiful. Next one, manager when next month, Freezy, you are out. Let's go. Give me the date. Okay, give me the event. There say, give me the opponent. Let's go. I win it. Next one, go. That is my turn. I don't jump. I don't look at so far like that. You know what I'm saying? Step by step, you build yourself up, and everything will come. Everything.
Your story is like a big inspiration. I mean, what would you say to people from similar backgrounds like you? And then, what should they take from your story?
Yeah, what I would say is like, never give up in life. Never say, so what I say, and that time you can't even get close to him, because I've seen a lot of people, they treat people like a shit, like nothing. They don't respect them, you know. And right now, for example, myself, I'll give myself example. I know a few people, they put me wrong. They don't respect. They don't do nothing. In terms of humanity, they don't respect what you are saying, because so they look down to you. But now I've become someone. Just a few times, people start to be nice to you. You know, that is the big thing people need to learn. Always respect people and treat people according to how you want you to be treated. You feel me? That's the thing. And another one, don't let your position you live in now judge you like you're not going to make it, or you can't be somebody great. No, it's possible. And don't let anyone decide your life to you. Your life is in your hand. Your life is like a movie. You are director, you are actor, you are this, you are cameraman, you are this. You need to control everything, right? Don't let anyone tell you because you're too old, so you can't do this, you can't do this. No, it's possible, brother. You can do it. You can do it. Me, like a Freezy coming from somewhere, nowhere, no hope, bro. If you are crazy, so crazy, be declared so anointing. Now, this is my name, sisters, me a call for this. And that form say, yes, sir. Yeah, swap. Aside the buffet, the copper bunch be the business so the china go home. What I say? Yeah. And all this I don't want to talk about it, because my car is a memory, like it's a picture. What I am mommy emotional. What I say? Because now me free ho abaha nene Charlie, and then sorry, cry me did cry, because Joy FM, TV, Kesben, TV today, here. Now I'm like, it's crazy. It's like a dream. You know, it's possible. Whatever you go in there, whatever you thinking, go for it. Because sometimes so much there will be a challenge, any no, and can't show you. Just do your job, do your thing, be you, But the most important thing is that be faithful to yourself and be true to yourself. As a man, who say Cressini, be crowd winning me, or because I call you story better or just boxer. Be true to yourself. Challenge na but everyone got story. Oh, any independent who do baby, on person your mom say chrome for that be dear January, now I am once a bro. No, Charlie. We Cressini, you know what you are saying, yeah, baby didn't know so. I think was also the said
I mean, thank you very much for sharing your touching, emotional, and your great story with GhanaWeb. All the best to you and your career, and I hope to see you at the very top. Thank you very much for speaking to GhanaWeb. All right, so this is GhanaWeb, this is Sports Check, and I'll be speaking to Freezy MacBones. We'll come here with another edition.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Anytime we're on stage with Slim Buster, my brother will take the CD to the DJ to make that, to do the selection for the performance. So he will put our song at the end of Slim Buster's performance, which Slim Buster is not aware. So after we finish backing him, he leave the stage for us to do the last dance. So after he leave the stage,
they play your
then they will put our song.
You're welcome to another edition of Talkatainment here on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabroni. Today I have some very important dignitaries here when it comes to the music industry. They've got all the experience, they've seen it all, and today we're going to go 360. Life, career, everything. So do stick and stay. It's Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. You're welcome back. It's Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabroni. Today, I've been joined by FBS, Ghanaian Music Group. They've been there since Olumambuge days, Kill Somebody, featuring Guru. You have one with Apietus, I forgot the title.
Buy one, get one.
You pay as you go, as heads upon heads, and even now you have a new one with Mr. Jujo, which is a big one, and I know you have an EP too. You made mention in our last interview. Great. But FBM Music, with those who have been following you 10 times, you used to be a 3-member group. Someone will say, where's your 3rd member?
You know how it is when you're growing, when the going gets tough. That's the English, right? You know, we leave Ghana to stay in the UK for some time, and we got married. People, like, things start changing. He got married to somebody who doesn't have Ghanaian culture, so she's like, no, you don't have to come. So we have to be coming down. And you know, with music, your presence is really needed. You get it? So going to studio, you're not there. So for about 10 to 12 years now, that we've been doing solo stuff. So automatically, they become the two of us. But we are so cool. We talk every day. We are cool.
So absolutely no bad blood?
No.
Great.
No beef, nothing.
As we're talking now, it's in London.
It's in London, yeah. It's okay.
Great. So live having to go on a break for some time. Did you regret, or it was just a decision you had to take a break to focus on family?
FBS never had a break. You see, one thing about music is we don't, as a musician, you need to know your target audience. At a particular time, you might sing a song that might be hitting here, and maybe for some period of time, then it's changed to another country. If you're an artist that you are really, really observant, like you move, you know how to, because that is your job, you understand? When we leave, when we stop doing music for Ghana, we're doing music for our local people, for our language, because we've been traveling from all the local areas, from the northern part of Togo to all those places, to Ivory Coast, to Liberia, and all those places, still doing music. But it's just like we've not released a major song for Ghana. You understand? But we've been doing songs. We've had a lot of songs going on, and it's been amazing for all those time. You understand? So LBS have not gone to break, but it's like just diverted the attention to another crowd.
So according to Najo, you did not take a long break. It was just that you're not doing music for Ghanaian audience.
Yes.
Great. Yes. So music, away from music, you spend some of your time abroad. Coming back to Ghana, everybody say, oh, the system and all that. How did you settle in?
You see, when we came back to Ghana, we realized one thing. We realized things have changed, but certain things we started way back, it's still there. It's like we see ahead of time. When we say see ahead of time, like this TikTok dance that is raining now, in our years, we started those things. We bring music with dance, and then we make sure every music that we do, it has its own movement. So we get it so easy on that side, because already it's like we know the system or the global
that
world.
has been our trend.
Yes.
Exactly.
So we didn't get it so difficult too much on our side. Do you understand me? Like with a Mr. Drew like this, when we release, it just go viral like that, because already it's something that we're already doing. You understand me? So, and we are even happy. Likes of Mr. Drew Dems and those guys are following the trend and stuff. So we jumping in. I didn't see it so
It's anything
No,
new.
no.
Okay, great. So now I know you brothers. One would say, how did you come together? Did you come together because of the dance, or you came together originally to do music?
We started from dancing.
Okay.
If you know so much, if you know the history of FBS, we've been from National Dance Factory, National Dance Ensembles, from backing of musicians to back Slim Buster. We back a couple of musicians, and from there then we jump into music. So we started from dancing. From Embassy Pleasure Double Do to name it.
We've been everywhere.
You know the Embassy Pleasure Double Do,
Do you know
right?
what is called Embassy Pleasure?
Then I was younger, so maybe
Oh, she
not.
don't have
Yeah.
Maybe are the new
It's
G's.
the national dance competition for Ghana.
Yeah, for Ghana.
Oh, okay.
That time, sorry to say that there's a embassy called
There's a cigar company that sponsored
called Embassy.
Oh, great.
So they were the one that the sponsors for the program.
Sponsors for the dance and this thing. So
Yes.
we've been a dance champions
Before.
for ages,
You know.
and we do a lot of adverts like Tampico adverts, Fang Ego
I
adverts.
think I remember an ad be like
Yes,
that.
those years.
Then- Great.
Tampico. Sorry to do adverts for them.
No, but
we were
like-
part of the video.
Great,
Some
great.
of the parts of the TC, you see us in the mask and stuff.
All right. So you've made a name for yourself in music and in dance.
We started in dance. We
Great,
started breaking
great.
barriers in dance. We travel a lot
Sure.
before we just switch in. We have the music in our blood already, so
It was not a big
switch there,
deal.
to switch
Great.
is so easy.
So when you speak to artists who've been there, as we love to call them, the OGs, they talk about back in their days it was difficult. Music was not just how it has become so modernized in our time. You know, you have to book a studio, wait hours, days before it gets to your turn, recording. When you're done with the whole thing, you have to even market and get the music to the audience. Can you walk us through how was it like starting on the onset of your career?
Okay, our career has been tremendous. It has been superb because you know there is two things about life. You see, when the business you are doing becomes your hobby, even if it's difficult, you don't see the difficult part of it. Because FBS, we love dancing already. We used to dance for free, for fun, because I feel like if I don't dance for a day, it's like I've lost something. And then so when we started doing music, and we feel like it's not even difficult because the dance we put in when we were dancers and the dance we put in when we were singing it was limited. And when it comes to studio section, I did not see any stress going to the studio because we were privileged. Our first song was recorded in the studio of Slim Buster.
Okay.
You understand? Slim Buster was out with his friends, and then his engineer was there. It's called Uncle Otu, or what's his name? Uncle Otu was like something. He was an old man who was Slim Buster's engineer. So we were like, Uncle Otu, do you know that we can sing? He said, oh, I'm going to say, we've even written some songs. He said, and then we an old man now. So Slim Buster was not aware, so we started doing something. So he was like, okay, he played this beat. We have to sing what we want with our mouth, and he was like, okay, this is a good thing, so let me play. So he played the beat. After that, we sang the first Old Man Boogie. It wasn't the one you are hearing now. There's the one that we did the demo part of it. You understand? It was nice. So when he did it, we did the voicing and everything. He was not being able to mix it because Slim Buster came, so we have to stop it. After 3 days, we asked him, Charlie, just give us a copy like that. It was like, the moment I'm in your time, I'm mix it, and you give it to us. So what we did is, when he gave us that song, anytime we are on stage with Slim Buster, like my brother will take the CD to the DJ to make that, like to do the selection for the performance. So he will put our song at the end of Slim Buster's performance, which Slim Buster is not aware. So after we finished backing him, he leave the stage for us to do the last dance. So after he leave the stage,
they play
then they will put our song. He being in his dressing room listening to it, he didn't know it's our song. And they will dance with it, and the crowd love it. So we were unlucky, we were at Tac Radio or somewhere. He didn't go to his dressing room, he was like around his car, and then they put the song, and then the crowd was like, boom. So when we were coming out of the stage, the crowd followed us to him. And you know what they told him? They were like, yo, Slim Basta, you be power chop and janyum no. Na concentrate on kwalawe because enyum na almost at the end no. A very your future obeneska.
Wow.
Some man just prophesied to him straight. And not knowing that thing God, he didn't feel okay because imagine we are his pillar at that time. We're the one that making him Slim Basta and so you're telling him to retire and concentrate on us. That was like a big blow. So he was like, so he
when
was.
Did you guys do this?
He didn't ask us that day. He didn't even talk to us.
Oh.
We were like, we are dead. We see him like our father. We as Limata, we click so much. He was watching us. He didn't give us food. We were like, hey, it's bad. So we just still have to, mingle with it. So for some time, we realized that the communication is that the relationship is no longer that strong. So we have to leave and then start doing our other because he wasn't concentrating any longer because he realized we betrayed him.
But would you call that a betrayal? You took an opportunity as you were narrating the story.
You see, as an artist, if like right now, I'm in Slim Basta's shoes, and I have a dancers like us, and then we are going for the goal, like you understand, and all of a sudden we are backing up. Charlie, it's a big blow for him.
I get it.
Because me and my brother, we are very loyal. When we are with you, when we're with Slim Basta, we're not backing any other musician. Unlike the rest that come to join, they can go and do their own thing. But if you see us, you see Slim Basta. So he's proud. The whole thing becomes like a brand, the three of us. You get it? And then my brother does the TikTok thing because Slim Basta has featured TikTok on couple of his songs. So if TikTok is not there, my brother will do the rapid service sleep, that kind of thing. So the vibe was there. You get it? So he was so comfortable with it, and all of a sudden, we feel like we can do more than dancing, and so that's what's really bring the breakup between we and Slim Basta. And after that, it was so good, and then Bulare started giving us programs. They were calling us Talibans. When we go to show, we used to tie our hair with some white scarves. So from one place to another, and things start getting better. And Bulare was like, "Yo guys, this your Mambuge is really getting famous now, and people are loving it. But it's demo. So why don't you go see JQ? That time JQ2 is getting the vibe. So it's like, why don't you go see JQ? We said like, Charlie, we don't even have the money.
Charlie.
They said, go tell JQ that I'll pay. Record, I'll pay. When we got to JQ2, we don't know how to record. Like, it's a long story, see that. If I have to tell you all that.
We'll save it
but it was good. JQ recorded us, and
it became the hit. Great.
It.
So in December last year, the big shows, you rocked there. I met you at Beam Concert. We had a very good interview. The dance was on point. I'm like, hey, this is where did they get the energy from? And you don't miss a beat. Like the formation, you turn. It was such a pleasure to watch you. In 2022, you released one of the hit songs, Joe, which featured Mr. Drew. One would say, why feature Mr. Drew? Do you see yourself in him? Because he also sings and dances. Like, how did you settle on that, and how did the collaboration come?
You see, Mr. Drew has been good. Like, Mr. Drew is good. Like, you understand, Ghanaians know. But we did not discover him earlier. Like, this thing could have happened long ago, but we did not discover Mr. Drew earlier because we are not familiar with the industry any longer because we've been traveling in and out and stuff. But the first time I saw him, my brother wasn't there. I was the one that saw him at a lunch he was performing. I was like, yo,
this guy, this guy.
Like, yo, Ghana. So Ghana have started this. Then that means Ghanaians still love that because I love everything about him. So I was like, yo, I'll call my brother there and I was like, yo, I've met that guy. So which I said, this guy is good. We need to work with this guy. We are about to retire, but with this guy, we have to do something. So I asked him, I said, yo, find his number, because he is fan of that. When I say find his number, he's
going to find,
I say, find his number, call him, let him know we want to do something. So about a week, he found his number, he called him, he was like, yo, is it Mr. Drew? He said, yes, this is FBS. He said, who? FBS. Are you sure? He asked, he said, are you sure?
I could know how they feeling because he also danced looking at you.
He's not even believing. Yeah, what?
Are you sure?
Then I hear him telling somebody, FBS is talking to me. Then I think somebody say, oh, he's lying.
He's lying.
Then I say, it's FBS. Like, if it's FBS, let's meet her.
They say, then come.
Then come, let me see you. I want to see you.
Then we say, okay, send us your location.
He sent location, we see him.
Then. So then he agreed to the collaboration. And
now, when we went to his place, not knowing, he also have an agenda for FBS.
Already.
that he wished he could have met FBS. Yeah. Because I think he had a conversation with VGMA, because they said the last year's show, he murdered it. And people were like, okay, you've done whatever you want to do. People have seen it. So this year you're on it. What else will you do? So if they say, but if you want to do something, then you have to do something bigger than what FBS have done.
18 years ago.
So this is what FBS did 18 years ago.
No, let her know. We are holding the record on VGMA. 18 years ago, nobody have win
that show. Like we came with like the chair and the umbrella at the same time. We performing.
Are you getting it?
8 years ago, I was younger, so
so
at that video.
on VGMA record, nobody have performed open act like what we did before. For 18 years, the crown is on us. We are holding the title.
So they were like, okay, watch this and then do like
that.
Or
team
up with them and do the same thing. And I was like, that would be a good thing if I team up with them. That would be a very good thing. So we came and said, yo, you want to work with me, fine, but let's put the work aside.
And focus on the VGMA.
So what is it? I'm going to VGMA and I want to go with you.
Wow.
I said, really? Go just on what basis? Because before we were thinking, maybe we're going to dance with him on his song. He said, no, I'm doing your music on VGM. It was like, yo, really? He said, but it's going to be a surprise, just we and you. I didn't let VGMA know I've gotten you. So I just took the idea, but I didn't give them the assurance I'm doing it.
Wow.
You understand? So we surprised them.
And that was it.
That was it. So and then we told him, we said, like, listen, this is going to be big. Because honestly, Ghana didn't really have enough of us. So he's going to be saying, yes, he knows it's going to be big. It's okay, let's do it.
Right. I'm really interested in that story. But then we'll take a quick break. When we come back, the conversation with FBS continues. Welcome back. You're still watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. I've been doing this with FBS, the music group. They dance, they sing, they do everything. You should see their performances if you have the opportunity to ever see them on stage. It's fireworks. They don't. I don't want to talk much, but let's continue the conversation. Before we went on that break, we were talking about your collaboration with Mr. Drew. Yeah. Currently in the music space, which other young artists would you love to work with?
That's a big question. Honestly, we would love to work with everybody. You see, there is something about FBS that up till now, for me, I'm not really comfortable. You see, because of the dance, it has covered our talent for music. Because people don't really pay attention and know what FBS can do musically. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. All they concentrate is on the dance. You understand? But they've forgotten that the dance comes with the music. You get it? But I think it's our time for Ghanaians to know that, okay, FBS can really sing. So when it comes to featuring somebody right now, you see, most of the artists feel like, oh, FBS, yeah, if it's not dancing music, I cannot feature. You understand?
Yes.
So people are feeling they can't work with us because they can't dance.
It has to be a danceable song.
No, but when you listen to our EP, it's only one danceable song in it. And trust me, we're good. We're very, very good. Me listening to the industry we are in now in Ghana, FBS is really, really good when it comes to music.
They don't know. They don't know.
Yes,
that we
because
can write. They are not.
So
aware.
you write all your songs.
They don't know we are very good writers.
Great.
They don't know that.
We have never gone to the studio and recorded song, and let's say a song, and then go. We are just there. You play the beat and we finish it.
That's it.
That's how Joe was recorded. Instantly. the beat, the song, everything instantly. Like that's it. We don't go home and come back and say, "Oh, give me the beat, let me go listen." No.
Is the raw talent and how the crowd receives you? As I stated earlier, if you have the opportunity to see you perform, everybody jam into it, from your songs even to the new ones that you have right now. I listened to an interview, a 2022 interview we had with Larry, and you made mention that back in the day, P Square came, you know, asking that they wanted to be like you. Can you throw more light on that story?
That controversial interview.
Yeah, that controversial interview with Larry.
I made that.
Yeah,
that he started on one of TV station like that, and then Larry too took it, and they're talking, and some of our fans or some of the Nigerians are not taking it lightly. So I choose not to be answering that question because some people who are not there, they will not believe you. They will not believe. And you hear them coming hard on you, thinking you are undermining or you are rating. So we choose not to answer because there's more to it than what I said. There's more. And
but you don't want to give us some gist.
When in our biography, in our record, we have performed with a big art. Casey and Jojo, we performed with Casey and Jojo in London. We performed in Wembley before. Those times there's no social media. We were there. We have done a lot. We are ambassador for peace. This Liberia, this we work with UN. These things. So if I talk about P Square used to or they ask, and people are going gaga crazy. So I choose not to answer because. And I learned one guy said they talk to P Square. They say they don't remember. They remember VIP.
Yeah,
and then it's okay. Yeah, because
maybe in his narrative mind.
No. But it was true. It was true.
They might remember
because at the time Alumambuge was hitting. VIP was representing FBS in Nigeria.
Oh, okay. So, you know how social media they can twist things and all
and
that.
as I'm saying, in record, as we are talking about success, in record we don't have bad blood with anybody. We have our journey, 22 years in this journey, very nice, sweet. We don't want to do this social media thing like, who are you guys to say P Square, blah, blah, blah.
Right. Now talk about bees. Some people say that it's good for the industry. Currently, some people can stage, let's plan it. Let's just say we are fighting because maybe you have a project and all that. Do you think that beef is good for the industry? For some people who are ready to eat beef. for us, for us, listen, our legacy, we want to end it well. You understand me? We want to end it well with good notice. We will not just take your beef somewhere else. Now you look very young. Yeah. Earlier when we started this conversation, we were talking about the fact that when I was younger, I used to listen to you. But you're going to tell me that, you're still young. We were all younger by that time. Najo, please. Olumambuge came not now. Yeah. You made mention that VGA made 18 years or 19 years ago. Yeah. What is your secret to looking good, young and all that? Apart from you defending that you are still young, which you are though, but then what do you do to look young and radiant?
You see, I realize one thing about life. The more you stress, the more you grow old. Yeah. Okay. The more you consume yourself with unnecessary things. What is unnecessary? You feel like, I'm not hitting, my song is not on time. You have to be on top of this. We can be in Ghana, VGMA, you won't see us there. You will not see us anywhere. We can go clubbing, and we see the artists that they're doing their celebrity lifestyle. We'll just be here. You won't even know FBSs. They're like, we had that free mind. You understand? We have that free mentality because I feel like if I have done it before, I owned this before, and you are having it today. It's just the time difference, but it does not really matter. I have it today, and you will have it tomorrow, and that's it. You understand? And we feel those are the secret of life. Like, just love yourself. Yes. Love the time you are in it. The little you have, manage it. Don't let that life, celebrity life, I will tell you, we are very successful financially, but we have never posted anything that we owe. Sorry to say, if I want to talk to a girl, I don't even want her to know I'm FBS.
That's your secret.
It's not
okay. Then let's pretend I don't know you are FBS.
I don't fancy that thing.
Having to use.
Yeah. Okay. If I come to club, FBS in down.
You'll have to keep it on the low.
Could you believe till the Joe song came, one of my tenants didn't know I'm FBS.
Me up to now, my area, plenty people.
One of my tenants, I think about a week ago, he was like, boss. I said, like, yeah, what is it? He said, please, my sister says she wants to come and snap a picture with you. I said, you are in this house for over 3 years now. Now you want to snap picture? Because I didn't know you are there. I was like,
okay.
So you see the way the whole thing is. That is life.
We don't.
You know.
That's what I'm saying. Like this beefing, this social
unnecessary stress.
You know,
drugs. You see, all these things lead you to drugs.
Exactly.
Because when your brain is too hot, you need something to cool it off.
Yeah, you want to do
so you are stressed, you take in drug, it cools you. You get stressed again, you take it. And before you see, you're a drug addict.
Yeah, addicted to it.
And then, bro, you see yourself.
We've heard how drugs have destroyed a lot of celebrities and all that.
Drugs,
stay away.
Drugs, some is positive for them, but the time it becomes negative is when stress gets involved.
Then you have to be always on it.
Drugs are very, very
addictive.
very addictive. When they only want to get you at your weak time. At your happy time, you might think drugs is everything, but when you are weak, or when your career starts going down financially or mentally or marital, like if you have an issue, then the drug will get you. You understand? And to destroy you.
Thank you for that advice. I know the young folks who are going to chance on this interview will really appreciate it. Now here in Ghana, we've had some people, I would call them legendary entertainers, say, oh, here in Ghana, they don't really appreciate their legends until maybe, excuse me to say, when you are late, that's, oh, let's celebrate you. What would you say about that? Do you think that there's more that can be done, or Ghanaians, the thing that we say that we don't celebrate our own is false?
It goes in the two ways. Always I say this, when you don't make room for something, then there's no room for it.
Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying? We have not created an industry for the old songs, for the past songs. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because even the new songs, the industry we create for the new songs is even limited. Trust me, we have named them the legends. Have you ever had a program that every year we do that, we line up old artists to come and perform? So if there's no performance going on, how do their legacy becomes relevant? You see, you have a lot of things in your head. Presenters have, you are doing your show for people to watch you, right? You want a current vibe. You want something that will sell you. So if you don't mention any old artist's name on your program, it's not your fault. But if an old artist went to perform at a particular event and he made a mark, you would talk about it. Do you get what I'm saying?
So we should get a platform where we line up and then...
There should be an industry for the old arts. There should be something that is going on.
Some awards have to go in, not that
something has to go on.
Somebody will take the idea and he will stop it somewhere.
No, it has to be continuation.
Some will take an idea and it will be selfish, not to call in somebody. No, we have to be a national something. Like, listen, yearly, this award, this is it. It goes on, and we can remember you for doing this for Ghana. Ghana say thank you for this. When you do this, you know, but they are waiting for you after maybe they have hit 10 years. Stoneboy have hit 10 years, then the young chap will come, then you compare him to Stoneboy. That's what Ghanaians are doing.
Yes.
So if you are doing that, so the legacy is gone. Do you understand me? I watch one person is saying, oh, right now the Black Sheriff is more than all the... Then they are making big arts. Like Stoneboy, like Shatawale.
And even I saw Blacko come out to say he doesn't like that comparison, because sometimes the people that are even compared, they are not into that, but then social media folks, for whatever reason. But then before we wrap up, I know you have new things, the EP and all that. Let's just talk about currently what you are up to in 2023, the plans.
We have put on our EP. I will not say let's say release in some way. It's on social or the digital platform. It's five tracks in there, and we want Ghanaians to just pay attention to that EP a lot. And people who are looking for content, who want to write, who want to bash, who want to say anything about FBS, should go through the EP. The EP talks about now, who FBS are. FBS music, we are blessed with a lot of talent, which the dance is taking over it because we are very vibrant.
Yeah.
So when you have this opportunity, you don't talk about, how do you write? How do you compose? You're good. Because of the dance, you don't talk about it. So we want all Ghanaians, all the listeners or the people who are watching us now, to just go on digital platform and type FBS Takeover. That's the title of the this thing.
EP.
And the rest, you can write it. Anything you want to write about it. If you want to insult us, if you are not good, you just tell us. So 2023, we give you a challenge. Just go there and
Great.
Yeah.
Nadia, it was a pleasure having you
Yes.
talk about music and relive all the good times. Any final words before we wrap up?
Okay, I would say keep it calm. Love yourself more. Say less. You know, talking too much make you irrelevant because you end up saying nonsense. And then focus. Whatever it is you want to do, just stay by it. Focus towards it. Pray over it, and you succeed. And to our fans, Yanzango, to Munanguao.
Great. D.
I'll just my last word is to the youth, every youth is a hero. Every youth, wherever you find yourself, just say to yourself, you are a hero. If I tell you how we started, you will not say, listen, me in go school that. My school is just some class 1, class 2. I don't remember how many classes I sit in my life. Yeah. But trust me, I'm doing a lot in my life. So I'm just trying to send this message to the Zongo youth or all the youth in Ghana that, listen, keep it tight. I know it's not easy, you know. You might be on high something, but still now tell yourself you can make it. Yeah. Do you understand me? You can make it, you can see through. And look within you, inside you, you will find your talent, you find what you can do the best.
Thank you very much, FBF Music. So bad that I couldn't, get to dance with because and all that. But I wish maybe we could play. You could play.
Yeah.
Can I play any of your songs? Which song do you love? So that we just wrap up with it. Joe.
Joe or Hala.
Hala.
Joe Hala. We take over.
Hala.
Hala is on a boom play. Go boom play.
Hala and take all of.
Okay, then let's do Joe because let me just do Joe. Okay.
You, my baby.
Can we get some of the dance moves?
Baby, make her please. Baby, I want my knees. Oh, I can feel your pain. Let me take it away. On top your cake. And make her look your face. Even till that I want more. Baby, move to the dance floor. Baby, just. Move your body, just. Move your body, up for love. Come on. Baby, just.
Move your body, just. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, FBS.
Thank you.
CocoBoard is doing a lot of things.
Yes.
Are you a rich company?
CocoBoard has its own challenges we are dealing with. Unfortunately, despite all the interventions, the support CocoBoard is rendering to farmers and to our society, we don't unfortunately get the praises, but we get a flag. Yeah, why is CocoBoard not doing this? Why is CocoBoard not doing that? But indeed, CocoBoard is doing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're welcome to the part 2 of our interview with the regulator of the cocoa industry, CocoBoard. I'm having an interview with the head of the Public Affairs Unit, Fifi Boafo. We started talking about smuggling in the cocoa sector, as well as climate change and the effect of galamsey on Ghana's cocoa production. In our next part, we try and touch on some, if you like, interesting bits about CocoBoard and some of the interventions that they give to the ordinary citizen of this country. The CocoBoard scholarship is one of the things that a lot of people have benefited from, and it's one of the items my colleague said I should ask about when I was preparing for this interview. Fifi, thank you very much for sitting with us once again. Cocoa Board is doing a lot of interventions, doing roads, giving scholarship to people. Is the Cocoa Board scholarship still ongoing?
Well, the Cocoa Board scholarship has been taken over, for want of better expression, by the free SHS policy.
All right.
Yeah, the Cocoa Board scholarship was primarily for secondary education. So was for wards of cocoa farmers in senior high schools. As we speak, the free SHS policy is taking care of secondary education. So that will be duplication of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So now that has changed. However, the board has taken a decision to use the funds for a different purpose.
Okay.
And the different purpose is to provide basic model schools for cocoa communities.
Right.
Because we realize that yes, there's free SHS, but and every child is supposed to benefit. But a child has to get to the level of secondary school before the child can benefit from the free SHS policy. So in a situation where you have a child from these communities who is not doing well, who is not interested to go to school, will not even get to the stage where he has to enjoy free SHS. So there's the need for us to get these kids in school, educated, and build them up for secondary school education. So yes, that's what we are doing now. For the fight against child labor, for example, you realize that there are kids who are not in school, not because they do not want to go to school, but the distance they commute, because they stay on the farmstead, the distance they commute from the farmstead to the nearby school is quite a journey.
Yeah.
So the energy to do that is not there, so the child is left in the home.
Yeah.
So this time around, we are trying to have schools closer to them. My understanding of this new arrangement is that we are not just building schools, but a model schools, schools of a decent level where you feel proud to have your child educated there. So you do not necessarily have to be in the urban centers to have access to this infrastructure. One of the things we've also realized that it is even difficult to have teachers volunteering to go to these communities to teach. But if you have a very decent staff bungalow, then the teacher will be happy to go there. Because those who even teach in these very remote schools, they'll prefer to live in a nearby town, travel to the school the next day, or maybe they will get to school very late, exhausted and all that. But if you have them close, then they will be able to help. So yes, that's what the policy is now going forward.
So when is this going to start?
I think now the board has given approval, so the necessary work is being done. We are compiling schools from all these communities. So that compilation is ongoing, and immediately that is done, very soon there will be a launch of it, and then we'll roll it out.
Okay, I'm sure people will be excited by it, especially the cocoa farmers.
Oh yeah. In fact, we had what delayed us was the fact that we had to do thorough stakeholder engagement, because there were different proposals as to what to use the money for. Different things came about. There are those who suggested it should go to tertiary education. There are those who suggested we should do STEM with it. There are those who said we should do specialized education in the area of agriculture and research into the cocoa industry. But after the consultation, I think a lot more people within the stakeholder engagement were of the view that a better basic education system will be more beneficial compared to the others if you put them on a scale. Yeah.
On that topic and on that note, I want to link it with the international report about Ghana using child labor on their cocoa farms, and for which reason maybe there should be sanctions in terms of the foreign countries buying our cocoa. Do you think this, by a long stretch, is going to eliminate that notion?
There are a number of things we are doing in dealing with the perception of child labor. We say perception because we do not subscribe to how we've been described as a country that is allowing child labor to happen. But if you have these kids in school, I think the methodology that have also been used in arriving at some of the conclusions is a bit problematic. So you go to a typical rural community, you ask the child, did you go to school today? He said, no, I did not go to school today. Where do you live? You live on the farmstead.
Yeah.
That's child labor. But genuinely, the child is not in any way involved. But that, a child of school-going age is supposed to be in school.
Yeah.
So if that child is in school, then it helps in dealing with that perception which we have to deal with. Of course, Cocoa Board has also rolled out recently our cocoa management system. The cocoa management system has a full database of every cocoa farmer in our country. And your dependents, your farm hands, everybody involved in the farmer business has been captured. Of course, the polygon maps of all the cocoa farms has also been captured. So we are able to tell that Daniel, Fifi, Kweku, Kwabna, Efo, Yauvi are the people who are involved in the farm.
Okay.
So if you extrapolate, you'll be able to tell that, okay, these are the people working. Then there's a possibility that there's a shortfall in farm hands. There may be kids involved. Okay. So let's go and investigate. It helps in determining. So that's another thing. Of course, the issue about deforestation, because we have the maps of every farm, we should be able to tell if there's a farm that is within the protected forest zones. So it takes away that responsibility from us. And this cocoa management system is what has given us the platform for the rolling out of the Cocoa Farmer Pension Scheme, which about a week ago we started registering farmers here.
So the pension scheme is supposed to what? Give some respite to cocoa farmers when they retire?
The pension scheme is to give me the authority to convince Daniel that it is better to go into cocoa farming than to work just with GhanaWeb.
Okay.
Because one of the things farmers have complained is that after all the work you do as a cocoa farmer, if it's time for you to go on retirement, there's nothing to rely on.
Right.
How beneficial is it for me to be in such an enterprise? But if the pension is there, it helps. And of course, as a human being, it gets to a stage where there's the need for you to say that I have done enough, and then there's the need for me to retire. What are you retiring to?
Okay.
Is there something available? And it's natural that when you age, that's where you have all this, and those problems come up. So yeah, it gives you something to rely on. So yes, the farmer pension scheme is to encourage people, the youth, to go into cocoa farming, and also to ensure that farmers, after the meritorious service to our country, they are also retiring to something decent and have a decent lifestyle and not becoming responsibility and a burden to their kids.
Cocoa Board is doing a lot of things.
Yes.
Are you a rich company?
Cocoa Board has its own challenges we are dealing with. Unfortunately, despite all the interventions, the support Cocoa Board is rendering to farmers and to our society, we don't unfortunately get the praises, but you get a flag. Yeah, why is Cocoa Board not doing this? Why is Cocoa Board not doing that? But indeed, Cocoa Board is doing a lot for our farmers and then also for our society. Unfortunately, because of the plurality of media now, also using the media platforms to also assess and to tell your story becomes difficult. These days when there's a story and in the morning I have to speak to radio stations, I could have about 100 radio stations calling and asking for an interview. How many stations can you talk to?
Yeah.
You have the online, the television station, and of course people who are using the social media platform.
Yeah.
So it's also difficult to even tell your story. But of course, and you have different means of also reaching out to other people. Yeah, so it becomes difficult for us to fully tell our story. But then of course we are still working and finding means of telling the story. Cocoa Board is not rich. Cocoa Board resources is basically the amount of money that is realized from cocoa sale after giving the farmers their share of the FOB price, and then the amount that comes to Cocoa Board, that is what is used for all the things I've talked about and more.
One thing one of the one of the things people want to see Cocoa Board do is, what do we do with our raw cocoa beans? What is the future looking like? The last international news that also painted Ghana as using child labor said these children even work on the farm and they haven't even seen a chocolate in their lives or haven't tasted chocolates before. Are we going to reach a point where we are really working on the final product and not just selling it off?
You know, the discussion about whether the children of cocoa farmers have enjoyed chocolate, I do not think it should be premised on the fact that they produce cocoa, so automatically they must enjoy chocolate. Yeah, my father probably could work as a tailor, but it doesn't mean that the things he sew, I'm supposed to wear them.
I mean, I feel people feel like, I mean, if you are working on it, I mean, it's small. You know.
Yeah, but you see, the question is, so if I produce cassava,
yeah,
I may not eat fufu.
Okay.
So the fact that I produce cassava doesn't mean automatically I am supposed to enjoy it. But for me, the argument is the health and the nutritional benefit we derive from cocoa is the more reason why the children of cocoa farmers must enjoy it.
Okay.
Because there's a lot more they can get as an individual, as a child, by eating the chocolate or taking the cocoa products. So it is not just because I am producing it, so I must necessarily enjoy it.
Okay.
But it is because you can get a lot more. The flavonoids and all the things you get in cocoa. The fact that it helps in improving your cognitive performance.
Right.
The fact that it helps in dealing with a lot of diseases in its prevention. That's the more reason why you should take it, not because you produce it. Yeah, I may produce something, but hey, that's not what I want to.
Yeah.
I don't like chocolate.
Maybe the children want it, but they don't have access to it.
Yeah,
because
I don't like chocolate, but of course I like other cocoa products like the raw cocoa powder. I prefer that. But the fact that I have a cocoa farm or I work on a cocoa board doesn't mean I'm supposed to.
Right, I get the point. I get the point. But I mean, I'm sure it is your wish and hope that because of the benefits, nutritional benefits, these children would have access to. In fact,
for me, I have a responsibility. I now chair the national committee tasked with the responsibility of improving cocoa consumption. So for me, I believe strongly that every individual in Ghana must consume cocoa products.
Right, right.
I am happy that if you look at the effort we've put in recent years, our per capita consumption has increased by 100%.
Oh, okay.
And there's a lot more we can do. There's a reason why when you go to a restaurant, you are not asked whether you want tea or coffee. You should be asked, do you want a cocoa beverage or a chocolate drink? We want to see that. If I'm getting a dessert from a restaurant, it must include chocolate products.
Right.
If you visit a hotel, you should be given a chocolate or a chocolate product as part of your treats. If I enter into any hospitality center, you should be given a treat, a taste of Ghana. And the taste of Ghana is a cocoa product because Ghana is known for cocoa. So if I'm given a treat, the treat must include a cocoa product. If someone gets into Ghana as part of the visit, the tourism infrastructure available to us, there should be something within the cocoa value chain. If someone leaves Ghana, the fact that you were in Ghana, if you are getting back to your country, you must take away something from Ghana. And if you're taking away something from Ghana, definitely it must include a chocolate from Ghana.
Okay.
So for us, there's a lot more we can achieve within the space, apart from just processing the cocoa. Usually we complain as a people that yes, we produce the cocoa. If we look at the cocoa value chain, that's over $100 to $120 billion.
Yeah.
How much do we get as a people? If you do the calculation, it's worrying. But the people who benefit, if we are able to expand, do the processing, it is not just the farmers. If, for example, Fifi Boafo, I have a company that is into cocoa processing, and I want to advertise. I come to GhanaWeb and I advertise. You are also beneficiary of the value chain.
Yeah.
The person who is going to do the marketing has a business.
Yeah.
Those who do the logistics and the transport, they have a business within the value chain. The person who has a company that is into branding or packaging, he also has a business and is part of the value chain. So we have a lot of people who are going to be beneficiaries of the value chain if we are able to go there. So that's the more reason why we are stepping out our campaign. We are advocating for consumption of our chocolate products because, yes, it will give you good health. It will build you as an individual. But it will also help you in getting a job.
Yeah.
Because, yes, if someone decides to have a small setup where he's selling chocolate product, I think there's a company called Chocolate Soraya. All the young men and the women who work there have been employed. Where they get their products from, those who are producing milk will get a business out of it. Yeah. Those who are producing sugar will get a business out of it. So there's a lot more we can achieve. Unfortunately, one day I met a friend who was very harsh in his critique of Cocoa Board. And it was following a story that had been published that there's a platform that had been created by a Chinese that was being used to dry cocoa. And he felt like, why is Cocoa Board not doing this? And he went on and on. So after listening to him, I just said to my friend that I know you are an engineer, and that's basically your field. What stops you from creating something like that?
Cocoa Board and say, this is something that we can work with.
And Cocoa Board can help you in getting the farmers to procure it. So we usually expect that, yes, because there's a regulator, there's an institution that has the responsibility of doing these things. They are supposed to put together engineers, they are supposed to put together all these people to do that. But it's an opportunity. The avenue is there. The fact that we produce cocoa, what can you also do within the value chain as a business person or as someone who has an idea that can help grow the industry, and you take advantage and get a business out of it.
Right, right. So that's Fifi Boafo, the head of public affairs at Cocoa Board, the regulator of the Ghana's cocoa production. We've been talking about a myriad of issues. We're into the final home stretch. We'll go for a short break. When we return, we'll wrap up our conversation on Ghana's cocoa production sector. Stay with us. We're back after this break. Into our final home stretch, final 10 minutes of our interview with Fifi Boafo, who is with Cocoa Board, discussing a lot of things about Cocoa Board and Ghana's cocoa production this year and the last few years. So Fifi, quick question. Would Ghana meet its projection in terms of cocoa production this year?
One of the things I do not usually enjoy participating is discussing production figures during the year. The reason why I do so is that this is a market that is largely speculative. So if I tell you we are producing 800,000 metric tons already, we have done 600,000 metric tons, or we have sold 500,000 metric tons, then the market can predict you that you have 200,000 metric tons, and based on that, they beat you to the price.
Okay.
So it is one very uncomfortable topic for us. And I usually, when there's a discussion about production numbers and the sales, my trading room people come like, Charlie, this is a no-go area for us. So yes, I know the media enjoys that. Of course, it's news like, oh yeah, Ghana will meet its production targets. So it's the news bit of it is there. But you ask yourself the implications or the effects of it. There are some media houses, they are snooping around to know how much have you sold and all that and put it out there. But the question you need to ask yourself is that who is the beneficiary of that, putting out that news?
Okay.
Yes. So yes, we have a number of challenges this year, but what I can assure you is that our production numbers will be able to meet our responsibilities to our lenders and then the farmers for the year.
Okay. So finally, what would you say to farmers, to prospective farmers, now that we are losing our farmlands to Galamsey? What must be done? I was worrying that you said there are no major large-scale farming in the country. What can we do? What can government do to help Cocoa Board to achieve all of these things?
The reason why we have a challenge with the having large-scale cocoa farming is largely also due to the land tenure system we have in our country, because the interest there very intricate, and who is prepared to give out his land for cocoa farming and all that. So that's a challenge we have. But apart from that, I think the people who also do have the resources to do the large-scale farmers are usually absentee farmers like myself. So we are in Accra, and you give money for people to have the put together the cocoa farm. You barely have time to visit, so you are at the mercy of the farm hands. So it's a bit difficult, but if we have resourceful people who are prepared to go in there and start taking it as a business, then we are getting there. Recently, there's one business person we've been engaging to see how Cocoa Board can support that company in establishing a huge cocoa farm. And if you look at what they are looking...
They have the land already?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we've had, our research team has been on the land, they've taken samples and all that. I'm constrained in giving details as to where they intend setting up and all that. But clearly, you can tell that that is the way to go.
Would that be a game changer?
It will have a huge impact.
Okay.
It will have a very serious impact in terms of our production numbers. And we have people who are doing large-scale farming, because the commitment and sometimes the way our smallholder farmers go about it makes it difficult, because usually you have someone say that, I feel so, you ask the size of the farm. It's a very small farm, and it is difficult to rely on that small farm to feed the household the entire year. But if it is a business where you have a huge farm, and then you have the investment also going in there, because if it is a smallholder farmer who is producing just 3-4 bags, the person has to take care of the home. So if you ask that farmer to invest some of the money that has been made from the business into the activity, it's difficult for the farmer to do so. Not because he's not prepared to invest into his business. I understand. The resources are very small, so it's difficult for them to invest. But if it's a business where you have a lot of resources coming in, then you can invest into the business and make some good business venture out of cocoa farming.
So lastly, if there are rich people who have the means and want to venture into cocoa farming, if they reach out to Cocoa Board, can you support them?
Cocoa Board will be very excited to work with such persons who have the means and the resources. One thing that is guaranteed is that Cocoa Board will give you seedlings for free. Cocoa Board will have the extension staff who will be readily available to support you at the various districts. Our people, friends, people, random people I meet who come to me and said, Fifi, I want to go into cocoa farming, this is my area. And then quickly I call the district office, and then I link them up. And then the next time you meet the person, oh, your people were there. Now I've started.
Oh, nice.
Yes. So, yes, just get in touch with us. Let us know. And our seed production division will be prepared to produce the seedlings for the church staff to help you in then starting your cocoa farm. It's the way to go. When are you starting the farm?
Very soon. Thank you very much, Fifi. It's been a very enlightening conversation, and I'm sure for those of you who are watching, you've learned one or two things and how to also participate in Ghana's cocoa value chain. It's one of our biggest revenue earners, and we need more people, more educated people to enter into that space. My name has been Daniel Odro. It's been another edition of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My guest has been Fifi Boafo with Cocoa Board. Thank you very much, Fifi.
Thank you, Daniel.
We're back same time with another edition of the show. Until then, it's bye for now.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Yeah, the motivation is that looking at the economy is very hard. There's no work for the youths. We are struggling to get something to, manage ourselves.
Akufo-Addo's government has been on a journey of expanding the country's tax base. One of the most recent ones is a 10% tax on earnings from lotteries, games of chances, or what we call sports bettings. This is Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Echi Atisu. We are here in Dome, Pillar 2. We're speaking with some young men who have been engaged in the act of betting, which is very popular. Let's speak to some of them. This is Richard. Richard, you are the one who penned the statement from the Concerned Bettors Association of Ghana. Okay, tell me, what exactly is the motivation to have penned that letter?
Yeah, the motivation is that looking at the economy is very hard. There's no work for the youths. We are struggling to get something to, manage ourselves. So street boys have been struggling to get something to go and try their luck, to get something to establish themselves. So if you are putting a 10% tax on betting, those who are betting, is something which is very bad, because already they have taxed the company. So if you are taxing those who are into betting, that is very bad.
It sounds like this is beyond just the monies you get. I want us to more or less understand where all of this is coming from. Why betting is such a big deal for all of you. Abednego, you also bet, right? Why do you actually bet?
Just to multiply my income. Yes.
So that's to say that the income you get already is not it's not enough for you?
Not at all.
At all?
Not at all.
At all?
Not at all.
Pablo, do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. Because let's take it. Last year, we were our fare was increased multiple of times. Like
that's our fuel, right?
Yeah, it was increased, and it affect our fare. So let's take it. I'm being paid 400 cedis a month, and I save 50 cedis every month out of my salary. And now it has been what? The fares has been increased several times, like 4 times or 5 times in that year. So if I'm earning that 50 cedis, I'm saving that 50 cedis for maybe to get a business being done. And now, because of the multiplier of the fares and things that are being, the economy we are all facing, then that means that 50 cedis I can save.
So that's to say that for you, it's being able to balance the increase in livelihoods,
yes,
and all of that. Levite, you also bet. Yeah. I want to find out, how long have you been betting?
For 4 years now, I would say.
4 years? Well, that's a long time. And that means that you've made a lot of money between the period?
Quite.
A sizable amount.
Yeah.
And you also agree with the likes of Pablo and Richard that this is to add up to your income?
Yeah, very true. Because, for instance, I'm a student, and it's not all the time that you can go to your parents for money. And right now, you don't have a really legit certificate for a job, so you can't get really a big job, that can fetch you enough income. So this is what we do, quite safe, And if you read the letter, things were captured in. If the government go ahead to implement this 10% on this winnings, then guys will go back to the dubious way of, getting money, which is very bad. So I think the government already is not, employing a lot of youths, and this gambling has made us, get something for ourselves and all that. So I think already we are paying tax. When you transfer mobile money from your account to your bet account, there's deduction. When you win, you transfer it from your bet account to your mobile money account. Even when you transfer it to your bank account, still there's deduction. So
the government is making an argument that they want to expand the tax margins in the country, and betting seems like a very big area now, which is where a lot of monies are coming from. You've admitted that you got a lot of money from there. Is that not the case?
I agree.
Francis, you also agree, because he has been doing this for 4 years. You as well, how long have you been?
Been betting around 7 years.
People like you be the Methuselah for betting inside.
That's right. Yesterday like this, I made a bet sent to one of my guys. He staked the bet 300 cedis and he won 1,600. Oh, wow. Right. So if he took his 300 out, he make a profit 1,003. So if government, you wanted to take a tax 10%, but through the company of the bet, you tax them 25%. Either they win or they lose, you tax them 25%. So how can you wanted to tax we, the youth, we are struggling because no job. We are just struggling. I just win a bet to set my business. I employ people. I pay taxes.
You and I had an informal conversation before we started this, and you said you got the money to start your business from betting. That must have been some big cash, because I don't see, is betting that lucrative?
Yeah, if I don't stick, if I'm sticking bet, sometimes I stick bet 1,000 Ghana or 500.
And that gives you a return of how much?
Sometimes I lose. So if government wanted to tax me 10%, so if you want to try to tell me that if I place a bet, I didn't win, you want to try, I should keep trying. If I win, then you take that 10%. No, that's not making sense to me at all.
That's an interesting, very, very interesting analogy you create there. This is Jupiter. Jupiter, you as well. You look like the calmer person, but I want to suspect that you are also as involved in betting as much as possible. How well or not is this betting thing for you? Because it seems everybody else agrees. Do you also think that is like the best thing for a young man like you now?
Yeah, I think there is no job opportunity and the youth are struggling. And moreover, we are creating a chance for ourselves. And I want to ask the government, if you lose the bet, is it going to replace our money which we involve in the betting for the youth That's what I want to ask the government.
How much or how many times does a person lose a bet? No, maybe for you. Let's take a situation. Yeah.
For me, I try and then try over and over. If I don't win, I try, and it's not all that. It's not all that time that you win the bet. So I want to.
I get your point, Richard. You have also been betting for long. You are like the boss here. Yeah. What's the highest, if you can tell me, that you've ever staked bet?
My highest stake.
Sometimes. What's the highest money you put into a bet?
Sometimes 500, 1,000, 700, and from 1,000 below.
So you've not done anything above 1,000 cedis. I see. Now, this is quite an interesting thing. All of you, or a number of you, have said that this is because there are no jobs. What kinds of areas or what kind of jobs are you looking out for that the issues of betting is solving now, that maybe perhaps the state authority should be looking at?
They should create jobs for the youths.
What kind of jobs are we
that they
talking
can
about?
that they can pay well. Not that you create job that you pay 500, 600. No, because somebody can use 100 Ghana, stake, get about 50,000.
And that's from the comfort of their home.
Yes, and that 50,000, you can use that 50,000 to establish yourself. Like my brother is saying, he have won and used that money to establish this one and employ many people that he's paying tax here. So the betting is helping us a lot. So the government should rather pray for us to win and use the money wisely to do something so that they can tax the thing that we are using the money for.
Francis, you run the business. It's a barbering shop? Yes, a barbering shop. How many people do you employ?
How many seats over here?
So there's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4, there's 5. I think there's
I
another.
have to use 6 but because of 5. Okay. My other shop, I have 7 workers over there.
So plus this. So that's like 14?
Yes. So I used to pay that. I pay taxes too. So I want to ask the government that the bets of the company, right? You tax them, right? And I heard that they said we the youth, we are lazy. We don't want to work. So that's why we are sticking the bet. So I wanted to, if they want the youth to stop sticking the, then they should stop the bet company.
But is betting a lazy job?
It's not a lazy job. It's not easy. It's not.
Tell me how difficult or not.
It's not a lazy job. It's not easy to tell me that maybe Man City or Manchester. You said, oh, Man City will win. I'm not the one going to play the ball. It's just the confidence I have. I have confidence Manchester will win, and I just put my money on it. And Manchester won, and you say, oh, Manchester have won, so the money have won. So I have to, if maybe I stick a bet, maybe 1,000 cedis, maybe I'll do maybe 2 odds, 1,000 cedis, I win 2,000. If I win 2,000, if I take my 1,000 out, I made profit 1,000 cedis. So government want to tell me that my 1,000, you take 10% out of it.
But 10% is it so much?
It's too much. You want to take 10%.
It's not even so much. It's actually too much.
Too much. So I wanted to ask, okay, if I didn't win, so government want to try to tell me that I should keep trying. I should keep trying. So if I don't have money, I'll go and use it to stick a bet. Or am I lying?
Which is not something any of us wants. Levite, you are in school. Doesn't betting take you away from your books?
No, not at all.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Because I feel the sense that you have to spend a lot of time on your phone and do all the permutations. It doesn't take you away from your books.
No. Right now, it's much easier to place a bet. Gone are the days you have to go to the betting centers to, place your bet. But now, in the comfort of your home, anywhere you are, you can place it. And now there are a lot of odds platforms. On Telegram, you can get on WhatsApp, Facebook, on Twitter.
So it's not just on the apps that...
No, you can get odds from places. People even sell them. If you trust them, you send your money, they give you the odds and you place it.
Oh, that's new to me. Interesting.
Yeah, people sell the odds. So it's not really time consuming. And if you know what you're doing, you just do it and you're done.
Richard, I want to come back to you because you are the one who heads the group. How big of a market, let me call it that, is the betting market? How many people, just give me a number, actually, maybe Dome, how many people do you think actually engage in betting?
I can say what is a lot. There are many here.
When you say a lot, can you give me a figure?
Like
Abednego, you seem to have a number.
More than 70%.
70% of the
people living
indigents here in Domin.
Yes. And if you take Ghana, the whole country, we are about more than 80% of the population. Big men.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Ministers?
Yes. They have been calling us for us and all that. I know ministers who have been calling for us. Big people have been calling me for us. And I've been giving
Richard, I want us to get this. You've had a minister call you?
Yeah, of course.
A minister of state? And they want all
people. Yeah, big people. People have been, we know them. They have been calling us. I can't mention names, you know. They have been calling for us Friday, Saturday, Sunday. My phone, forget it. They have been calling for us. Can you give him 10 us? I have 5,000. I need 10 us. I need 5 us. I've been doing for them. So
you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I'm trying to make a point here. Let's say, let's take this month for example. If I try, let's say throughout the month, and I win once, it means I lost more than what I win. If I lose 1,000 cedis, I can win 500 cedis. If you take 10% out of it, am I making gains or losses? I'm losing.
So there's also the whole question about, just so that we get this into more perspective. The decision to bet is left to you. When the government wants to tax, like they do for everything. In fact, they're having conversations about things like even sanitary pads that are taxed. And I'm trying to just establish why bets should not be taxed at all. Because if you lose, is that not your decision to have gone into it and you lost?
Yes. So do they care about how I make money to bet? Are they interested in that? They are not interested in my losses. I try more than, let's say today, for example, I spent more than 50 cedis already. I don't know how much I'm going to make at the end of the day. So if, let's say, I spent 50 cedis and then I won, let's say 200 cedis, profit of 150 cedis, you take 10% out of it. Where am I going?
Jupiter, you were saying something. I'll come to you, Francis. Jupiter, you were saying something that they're having pastors.
Yeah, they're having pastors who are calling for odds and even into betting.
You know any pastor?
Yeah, I know, but
a man who is clerical.
Yeah, clerical.
And they come to you for.
What
would be the motivation for a pastor to leave his faith and his trust in God, who is able to do all things, to come and ask you for?
Yeah, because there are some pastors who said betting is not a sin. I even debated on that with a pastor. He said it's not a sin. Yes.
There's a story of Jesus actually sacking people from the temple because they were gambling. Is that not the same thing? And the pastor says it's not.
Oh, but I emphasize on the betting, and they said betting is not a sin. Yeah.
Very interesting. Francis,
I wanted to ask the government that I hope it tax the company of the bet. So if you wanted to tax us, then just go to the bet and tell them, okay, maybe that 20% I used to tax you people, I want to increase it. Because if the bet people, if they are not making profit, then they have to go. They are making profit, that's why they are more coming. They are making profit. So if government is the bet of making profit, you think the youth, now we the youth, or we are into betting, so you wanted to tax us. No, that one, I'm not.
Are you for an outright no tax, or you think that it is just too much?
No, me, I can. If I want to say, if we are sticking the bet, government, you don't have to tax us because at all because
not even a percent.
Because if I wanted to deposit into my bet account, e-levy, you would deduct me. If I win bet, if I win bet, I took the money, deposit into my account, you take your percentage. So why the bet company you not increase their money you used to tax them? If you tax them, the bet people don't want to reduce their odds, we are okay.
Levite,
I believe not taxing bet earnings. I think we can't say he shouldn't tax.
So you agree that at least some tax should be on it?
At least.
So give me a figure.
From 1 to 3. Because according to the Ghana Revenue Authority, you are supposed to pay as you earn. That's the pay as you earn. And that one it has to be paid monthly. But the government is telling me if one day I have 10 slips and I win, oh, he's taking 10% from each slip. That's not right. When we are paying us, we are winning, or we are paying us, we are earning. That one, even that analogy, it fits in, but it shouldn't be daily. When he's taxing us, he should tax us monthly according to the pay as you earn. And even with the income tax, is we pay on year assessment. The whole income you get in a year, we assess it and we deduct. But the government is not doing that. He's taxing us daily, every single day. When you have 50 slips and we win all, he's taking 10% from each slip. And I don't think it's right.
Okay. All right. So apart from Francis, I don't get a clear understanding of what exactly all of you use. But this question will go to everyone. I'll start with you, Richard. What do you use your income from betting for?
Oh, I was able to get taxi and Uber, and I have a boutique which I've been operating.
All in your name?
Yeah.
I bet never.
Yes, a plot of land in my name.
You bought a
from
land?
betting, yes.
That's interesting. Yeah. And Pablo, how about you?
Me, I just started show for almost 2 years now.
Hey, that's just started?
Yes.
2 years is just started.
But it has really helped me because my income I work and receive is not to write home about.
I see. And then Jupiter?
I just entered.
You two just entered. How long is it just entered? Now,
not quite ago.
Which is how long?
Oh, 2 months ago.
Oh, 2 months. You were a baby.
Yeah.
So at least. But have you won something?
Yeah.
You've won something in the last 2 months. And Francis, you are the one who has a business. But apart from that, what other thing do you?
Through this bet, I had a land I built 2 bedrooms for my mom is staying inside right now because of betting.
That's interesting. Yes. So now you don't need to work in a corporate world or anything.
No,
you
I'm
can do betting all your life.
No, I'm still hustling.
You're still hustling. Levite, you are in school. Do you use the money to pay fees or something?
No, my fees there for my.
It's sorted.
It's sorted. But I've been able to rent. I've moved out from the hostel.
Okay.
Yeah, so through betting, I've been able to rent my own place.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, very.
All right. So, well, we're still on the conversation. We are at Dome Pillar 2, and we're just discussing the whole new tax of 10% for winnings on lotteries or games of chances for all the betting people, anyone who bets at all. The government now wants to tax a 10% tax on whatever your earnings are. When we return, we'll go more into the conversation. All right, so we're still here with some young guys in Dome Pillar 2. We are discussing the issue of betting and the government's new 10% tax on all winnings from lotteries and games of chances. Now, Francis, we had an informal conversation before we returned. I just want to hear it. You say you introduced someone. Who is that person?
Oh, I introduced my girlfriend to bet.
So when you introduce her, tell me.
It's not that every day. Maybe sometimes if maybe I do a bet, maybe if I know that this bet is strong bet, I have confidence this bet, I'll just give it to him. Stick this amount. Or sometimes I'll send him money. This amount, stick it. Don't reduce it.
And so you mentioned that you have more than an app for betting. How many apps do you use?
I have Betway.
Okay.
I have SportyBet. I have M-Sport. And I have SuperBet.
That's 4. That's 4. And all of these bring you some returns.
Yes.
That's very interesting. Now, I am a very intrigued person. So I'm just wondering, apart from all the things you have told me, Levite, I want to start with you. Is betting addictive?
Very. Very, very addictive. If you don't take care, you think that you are saving and you have to collect your money back, and that is a very dangerous thing. You try every day and you don't win. The day that you try to, today I'm tired, I won't stick. But maybe you had certain games in your head. That day that games is going to play. You understand? So the next day you don't have any choice than to stick again. Maybe the day that you say you not stick, that day the bet will play.
Purely a game of chances, right? But you're still in it. You're still in it. Pablo, you're shaking your head. Why are you still in it?
Because
Beyond all the fact that it's very addictive.
Yeah, it's addictive, like addicted if you are not careful. But it depends your mindset. It's really risky, like it's a risky work to do. But because of our work, the work that we are doing, the income, we are not getting it. So there's nothing you need to do because I can't go and steal.
And some of the guys are on their phones. I hope you are not betting whilst we are here. That would have been serious because I'm already asking about addictions. So if you were doing that right, yeah, I'll be wondering. But beyond the addiction, Richard, is it true that people go for gbala to do? What I mean by gbala is they go for juju and all that to do betting.
Yes, I don't believe in those things, but sometimes I hear people saying that. For me like this, somebody have called me, telling me I should come, he will do something for me and you win. But me, I don't believe in those things.
But does it work?
I'm not sure because it's about thinking and research. You have to do research about the things and think and pray for favor. Not that you go for somebody to give you some agbala or something. It's about thinking and research.
I see. Yeah. Thinking, research. You people mentioned women, so now I am also wondering how many women actually bet. Do women bet?
Yes.
You apart from your girlfriend.
Yes.
They bet. I bet they go, why you know someone that's your sister or someone you know bet.
No.
You don't know anyone who bets?
Any lady.
Okay. How about you, Jupiter?
No, I don't know.
You don't know any?
I don't know anyone.
Okay. Levite, you know why some of your colleagues?
Yeah, I know.
Your mates
yeah, my classmates, ladies who we are in a group, and I send them out. Yeah, and when they also get some from somewhere, they post it in a group and we all stick it. So a lot of ladies are into bet.
So this is not just a men's thing.
Not at all.
But why does it seem like it's only men who bet?
You see, the ladies, they don't really come out to admit it, but they do.
They do.
Yeah, they come to our DMs and ask for what they do. They really bet.
Yeah. Interesting. Now let's look at the way forward. 10% tax is going to really happen as it is. What would happen when it starts? Richard, let's start.
We are just appealing to the government not to introduce that 10%, because it's something that's going to worry us. Because there's no money in the system. The system is very hot. We are trying to get something from here to go and try our luck, get something big and establish ourselves. So if you are taxing the company and you want to tax me as well, it's something which is very bad.
I asked this question earlier. Do you want an outright no implementation or you want a reduction?
No implementation.
At all?
At all.
Not at all. Not at all. So how about you, Abenego? It will happen eventually.
Yes, but if it does, I think it's a lazy way of making money. Yeah, that's what I think.
You think the government is just trying to capitalize on people's smartness and earnings?
Petty company is paying tax. If they are paying tax, I don't know why their customers must be taxed when they earn money from betting. You understand? Because they are not interested in what I'm losing. If I lose 100 CDs today and I'm able to win, let's say 300 CDs tomorrow, and you take 10% out of it, I think that's a lazy way of making money.
Pablo?
Yeah, I think if the tax is being implemented, it will rather bring a lot of criminal activities on the street, because at times I get money out of some of it and I help some of my brothers around. So it limits.
This one will reduce your money eventually.
And it limits the number of people like trying to make money on the street, like attacking people, taking their phones and other things, because they can get help from me. So since they can't get help from me or another person, they'll go back to the street and taking people's phone.
Jupiter, you as well, what would you do? Because like I'm saying, it's really going to happen.
Oh, it's very hurtful if they implement the 10%, because the company is paying the tax of the 10%, and we.
I think the companies pay what, 25?
25. And we, the individual, is paying 10%. It's very hurtful. It's very hurtful. And is the government going to refund our money as we lose
or not interesting. Francis, you as well.
If the government know that maybe we make a lot of money in the bet, they need money. They should come inside and try it. That's yes. They should come. The government need money. You should use the country's money to stick a bet and win and use it to. If you know that we are making money, you should come in and try.
All right. All of you speak very passionately about betting and all that. Are you spiritual people? Do you believe in the things of the afterlife? Do you believe in things like that? Now I'm going to ask you a question. If somebody told you that your lives depended on not betting, meaning that if you stopped betting, you would live long, who would go for that gamble? You are shaking your head.
It's not true.
It's not true.
Yes.
Hypothesis. Imagine that was the case.
I don't believe in that.
You don't believe in
yes.
things
The
like
only the only thing that can make you live long is knowing the truth. Yes.
And one of them is betting.
Oh yes.
You have money, you live long.
So far as I'm not stealing the money I used to bet, I make legit money to bet. So it's not affecting anybody. That's not a sin to me.
Levite, how about you? You are told that when you stop betting, you have a good life and everything.
I will stop.
You will stop?
Yeah, I will stop. I think I will.
Is that to say that you actually see yourself one day stop betting?
Obviously. I won't do it till the end of time. Obviously, some way, somehow, along the line, I'll stop.
You stop.
The earlier question you posed to the guys, whether they are for outright no implementation or not. As I mentioned earlier, according to the Ghana Revenue Authority, you have to pay as you earn. And we agree that the government can tax us, but the 10% is too much. And even the pay as you earn is supposed to be paid monthly. So if the government is taxing us, he should do it monthly. Calculate all the money we get through betting.
But would that not be the same? Because if I take the money now or I take it later, is that not the same?
Putting my monthly earning there and taking 10%, that is different from taking 10% out of my slip.
Everyone.
In a day, if I have like 10, I have 10 slips and I win all, they are going to take 10% from each slip. And I think it's too much. So maybe from 1%, this is the very first time we are hearing of this. So you shouldn't start from 10. Because if he sees that it's very lucrative, he's going to increase it. Maybe from 10 to 15.
Interesting. All right, I want to thank you all very much, Richard. But before we leave, just a final one. Do you see yourself actually stop betting one day?
Oh yes, for sure.
You want to stop one day?
It's when I make a lot of money from it and establish myself well.
How much is a lot of money?
Right now, if I get like maybe 400,000 or 400,000 from betting now, I'm sure I can use that money to do something which will generate income for me. So I'll stop, and maybe the new ones will come in again.
All right. I'm most grateful to all of you. Thank you, Levite. Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Jupiter, Pablo, Abednego, and then Richard. So that has been our conversation here. Betting, 10% tax. Whether it would actually happen or not, we are yet to tell. This has been Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atisu. Remember, you can go to www.ghanaweb.com for news. Until another time, stay safe.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, dear one to Nambia, a man in quite bebre.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What is send this guy? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
They can promise to look alike. Charlie can promise the fresh boy. Everybody just starts. Fine. We all have throwback Thursdays. But I know be this one.
Once again, we are back to discuss issues relating to the arts and entertainment with a touch of wit. Hello and welcome to eForum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. Today we are looking at the celebrity lookalikes, and later on we'll focus on Jidubliambule and KOD. I'm sure you've been following the events, a bit of back and forth, but Romeo, Ambassador Romeo is Medina Assemblyman and Medina Social Welfare Assemblyman, event organizer, artist, manager, a poet, former comedian. Romeo, Romeo, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
If you are fine, Medina for say. Kwesi Martinez is a film producer and then entertainment analyst. Kwesi, thanks for joining us. If you are fine.
Oh, you're
last time, I think Sena Miche TV, I've forgotten the channel. And I'm going say, oh, Abrantipa share metenia. Say me look alike net soon. Where's your look alike, Anna?
Dabi.
Unyan shy. Romeo share look alike.
As will be 7 by me,
Made a time. But you see, this, I think the last time we had this conversation was when the whole thing started. There was this Kwame Eugene look-alike who took a picture with Kwame Eugene at, I think, Angel FM Studios also. And since then, we've seen Kiddy, and now there is Medical, there is King Promise. This is what Timo, and they are going for interviews and are you comfortable with the fact that we have all these celebrity lookalikes all over, wherever you pass, and the fact that they are coming out with even a song and they are going around for radio interviews?
I don't have a problem with people having that craze or crave of looking like someone, or the fact that there seems to be some little resemblance, so they want to capitalize on it to show themselves to fame. But my problem has to do with the media houses, giving audience to people of sorts. My reasons being that there's a lot of underground artists who are doing well, who are looking for avenues to project their jobs, their works. These people are not giving the opportunity, but there's a group of people who are capitalizing on other people's fame. And you're giving them audience at the expense of the original artist. Like, sort of like having a parody, replica account. And then someone is running an interview, and sometimes to some extent they end up even performing their songs. Remember this guy, I think he's late, the guy who was Anochi Supremo. You know, he had that kind of in all sense, even the voice, everything looks, you would think is actually Lumba's son. That's how other people projected him to be, and for him, his stance was even that he saw Daddy Lumba as a father. So he wanted to get close, so that he will also, through that, he'll be modeled and become someone better. But then Daddy Lumba also didn't like the idea, because it looks like I'm a legend, I'm rated high, and before someone gets me to perform, people go through so much. People only hear of me when they are playing my song online, or it's a CD or pen drive or whatever. But if it has to do with performance, it has to go through me. But Anochi Supremo was doing those like mini performance, so people will not miss the real Daddy Lumba, because they could have, even if not the originality, they could have someone who could deliver that flavor. And it's bad business. Honestly, it's bad business. It's a different ball game if the person has a band, and then you join the band, and you are performing together. You're also building your CV or repertoire of sounds, so that in future, even when you're alone, like the Ofurian Ponsers, who later became men of their own, it's fine. But picking the person's image and feeding from it, for me, it's a no-no. Just like social media, if not for the blue ticks on Twitter and then that of Facebook, it's easy for people to have a parody account to act like someone, and it's criminal. So my problem is not even with the people. My problem has to do with the media houses who are giving audience to those people, and everyone will start using anyone's image, or in the name of look-alike. You get it? No, like it doesn't sit well. Maybe problem in media houses, no. Because a lot of people in the fray who are looking for opportunities.
But these people too may have talents. You heard me say that they are coming out with a song, and there are quite a number of people who seem intrigued by the fact that they have a song.
Arantipa, until recently, where they're having a song together, most of them perform. When you talk about Kiddie Look-alike, you try performing Kiddie song. If you talk about even the guy like the medical Look-alike, he tried to rap like medical. You get it? The looks fine. People look up to people, but the commercial aspect is where my problem is. You get it? When artists are even struggling to make shows, to even get to find avenues to even promote their things, if not for social media, and then these people are occupying all those spaces which, in real sense, were meant for the original artist. So it makes it very difficult.
Martinez, if you were one of these artists and you are not being impersonated, but people are coming to me for the mere fact that I look like you, so they want me at an event, not to perform your song, but I mean, this is Kwame Eugene Look-alike, this is Kiddie Look-alike. They are not impersonating you in any way. They have not gone to take any money to say, I am Kwame Eugene, I'm coming to perform. Would you be perturbed?
Well, it depends. I mean, if there's that communication, if I'm actually aware of what is going, if it's explained properly or clearly for me to actually understand the whole vibe, maybe I might not be that angry. Might be cool with me, because, like you said, I think Romeo rather, Anochi Supremo, Dio Jr. He met Lumba, and At the point they even performed together, Lumba was happy to see him because it's very interesting. There's a belief that every human being is created 3 or 4. And so you one day meet someone that challenge yourself, you see yourself in that person. When it comes to look alike, it's normal. Even our kids start from home. Okay, your daughter or your son, that's your look alike. But where maybe the media gives it attention is the fact that these are celebrated people or personalities, and we have some guys or some people from nowhere just looking like them. Definitely attention will be given to them. Not as maybe promoting them, but it's news, it's story, it's entertainment. Yes. So for me, I think it's normal. It's cut across celebrities having looks alike around, especially when you go into the football circles. We've seen Neymar look alike, and he looked just like Neymar. We've seen Messi. At a point, he became a very huge problem, especially with the Messi look-alike, because there was rumor that he has called 23 women. Allegedly, he has called 23 women. Because when they see him, they think that's Messi.
One of the points Romeo raised was that it's affecting the original acts, because the attention that should have been given to them, which you have addressed, I mean, the point of the media. There are some who say that what they are doing, what the lookalikes are doing, will increase the streams of the original acts. Is that the case for you? Do you see that, or that's far-fetched?
I understand where Romeo is coming from, because obviously, whether we like it or not, they will take something from the artist. It doesn't matter them maybe playing shows or performing to people, that aside. But once you see them, attention will be switched to them. So clearly they take something from the artist. At a point you might not feel comfortable, depending on how attention is given to him or her. And that is where Romeo is coming from. For the first time, once you spot them, it is news. But when we give them too much attention, or when we give credence to their image, that is where it somehow becomes right, because you give them some kind of recognition, and at a point they will feel big, they feel like they are stars. In fact, they will act like them. Maybe they might, like I said earlier, they might not play shows in the name of the artist, but there are certain advantages that they will be, exposed to or introduced to, and they will take them. Because let's say Kwame Eugene lookalike travels to
Nkranza
or Fanchinebra. They probably people out there who have not seen Kwame Eugene before. That's the real Kwame Eugene. When they meet him, Charlie, the guy go fit take advantage for them. You get it. Unless we in the capital city, that we are more,
exposed to him.
Yes. Apart from that,
the picture Kwame Eugene took with one of them, and then even Kiddy, would you say that was an endorsement of a sort?
Yeah, I feel it's also an issue, because these are things people capitalize on and start swindling people. And it's easy to do, because these are people, they say, okay, they have references, that's with pictures and even videos, with even interviews to back their claims. And then, okay, here am I. Perform the videos, video. Go online and pull one of these stories where, and then we get it. Whatever they would have done before, you realize, oh, why job. So I'm looking at the swindling aspects, the image rights. You get it. People struggle to make names for themselves, and even with the streams, celebrities are not getting enough, and then you have people tapping out of those numbers, which are not enough. Of course, it will take so much from them. For me, I think it should be shattered right from the word go, and the media should call in and rather create spaces for underground artists. You remember this guy? Is it Barry, the guy who I met him here some time ago?
Who?
Thank God you left. What your ex left you for me.
Bakadabri.
Yeah. You see, there are people doing good stuff who need the avenue to promote good things.
But Romeo, beyond what you are saying, don't you feel any form of excitement in the industry with the presence of these people?
Maybe I don't fancy that celebrity thing.
Okay.
But I feel the people's brands
stake.
Yeah, branding is sensitive, and if care is not taken, if there's a dent, let's assume this one of them ends up committing sort of a serious vice like rape or something, and it's Kwame Eugene look-alike, Kwame Eugene look-alike, and people are using that. You realize they are on billboards. Maybe the person would really want to do, but say, oh, once I have this guy can do. When they see him, they might not even think twice. They might think he's the one. So let's just use him at a cheaper cost. You are killing someone else's business. So in all facets of the entertainment benefits, in terms of image, revenue raking, streams, they affect. And in the long run, people might think it's just for the fun of it. But here they are trying to come up with a song, and they will be using the parody names attached to them, and they'll be promoting their songs, and people will be streaming at the expense of the original artist. So the authentication is being eroded.
Fine, you don't like what they are doing. Any panel was a Kwame Eugene, and people say yes or say no. What should he do with the image that he has now, so that it will have a positive influence on them, in order not to affect the original Kwame Eugene?
Okay, Abrantipa, in elsewhere, there are replicas of presidents or leaders, so that if the president isn't well and there is sort of an outdoor event, someone is seated, the person wouldn't speak, just that the presence of the president is needed, so that person is put in state. Meanwhile, the president is indisposed, maybe sick or bedridden or something, and then they put the person there. You get it? To cover a situation. That is how lookalikes are used elsewhere. For instance, our president here, if maybe he's in America, but no one knows he's in America, and then maybe he's going for treatment, and security-wise, they didn't want anyone to know he's out of the country. They get a replica to sit in for him, and he looks like him. I've seen someone is within the government who looks like President Akufo-Addo. Maybe you've not noticed. You get it? There was even an issue of Adjasa for someone who looked like her. It was alleged that the person sat in for a while Adjasa was in the States. So all these things, like, they have the benefits in terms of in real life. So you can look like Kwame Eugene, but you're a medical doctor by profession. You don't have to perform Kwame Eugene's songs elsewhere to prove that you are his lookalike.
Martinez,
boss.
Yeah, what should these people be doing with their lives?
With these guys, I mean, you watch the video, they have come together. I don't get it.
The synergy.
It's an association. You have come together for what?
Lookalike.
So it's like there's an agenda to go out there, search for any guy who looks like
for investors.
What is the meaning? You see, that is where the problem comes in. Yes, for Kwame Eugene lookalike, I mean, like you said, he has met Kwame Eugene, and it looks like he has gained some endorsements. Because once you take a picture with him, that's endorsement. Because if you Kwame Eugene appreciated the fact that, wow, this is, you know, something amazing. Fine. But if you're a musician, be yourself. When you try to sound like Kwame Eugene, because you have the looks, now you try to dress like him, you try to create the same hairstyle, you try to talk like him, that is dangerous.
You will not get any credit because everything will be given to Kwame Eugene.
You are not being fake. You get it? Yes, you look like him. After all, everybody looks like somebody. But when you come together and you are now trying to rap like medical because you are medical lookalike, you try to sing like Mr. Drew because you are Mr. Drew lookalike. What's the agenda? You come together and what? Call for investors. It makes no sense, especially with the King Promise guy. It's an insult to King Promise.
He says
the King Promise lookalike. It's an insult. Charlie can probably be fresh boy. Everybody just starts. Fine. We all have throwback Thursdays. But I know be this one.
Yeah.
See, I have a lot of promise in my earrings. You see them real, like look alike.
That this is the real.
Even the ones I know, they are barbers.
He was in earrings, like he promised. One of the videos I saw, they were entering a house or something, and he was in earrings. When you look at him from sideways, yeah, you see him to be King Promise wearing earrings, but when you look at him directly, he doesn't look like King Promise. Familiar look alike. Charlie, what did they do? It be embarrassing.
Right. So that's Freezy Martinez. He's a film producer. We'll go for a quick break. When we return, we'll talk about KOD and GhanaWeb. Welcome back. You're watching eForum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. I'm doing this with McDonald Nane Asari, aka Ambassador Romeo, and Freezy Martinez. So last week we spoke about Ambule and KOD, high life musician Ambule, and radio personality, event organizer, MC, fashion designer KOD. For those who may not be aware, Ambule grants an interview, says VGMAs is an enemy to high life music, and that's because nkofo bonyum na se reggae kra na se omo use the key language, so I say a high life. So more or less categorization is a problem, and so KOD did a post and berated Ambule. Then Ambule grants an interview and says that KOD is a child. He's a shallow-minded, and is the reason why he said those things. I'm going to Europe tour. I'm going on a Europe tour in May next year. My music, Ambule's music, and in June, I'll be back on tour. So when he sits and talks, can he take his clothes on tour as a designer like the way I am going to tour with my music? Can he take his DJing on tour like the way I am going on tour with my music? If these people talk, they are shallow-minded. So KOD comes back and says he's giving his final words on it. He comes out with an epistle. I'll read it quick, then I'll get your submissions. Final words to Ambule. Lee won't sit on the VGMA board in and out for over 20 years and allow high life to die.
That's Lee Dodu.
No, Lee.
Lee. Okay.
Lee, as in that's his Nikki, KOD. Okay. And allow high life to die when he's played, produced, and managed some of the best high life songs and artists for almost 30 years. Celebrated high life musicians like Amanziba, Mr. Simons, Okreku Mante, Andy Dusty, Dinah Hobson, Kiki Bansin, and many great music talents and proponents won't sit and allow VGMA to be a curse to high life when they sit on the board. It will take only an ungrateful artist to ever suggest VGMA is a curse to high life. I typically wouldn't have commented when Ambule said the VGMA is a curse to high life, but I realized he's done lots of loose talks in the last couple of years, especially against his own colleagues and to people who should look up to him in the music industry. Choosing to make that unfortunate comment about VGMA in public, I decided to respond as a prominent member who is being part of the VGMAs and the board for over 20 years. Ambule made vitriolic attacks on Stonebwoy, Daddy Lumba, and many of his colleagues these last few years. What's wrong with him? Since 1972, how many musicians from Takrade has he produced or helped to the top? Hasn't he contributed to High Life's demise? If it's all about himself, every creative has the responsibility to evolve over time, else they go still. At a legendary status, one earns his place in their chosen field and endeavor, and should not make mediocre statements against his colleagues filled with malice and reckless baloney. that's not the place. Romeo saying, that's not the place of an icon. I know it's hard to learn to be left-handed in one's old age, but I guess Ambule could learn from the late great Papa Yankson, Joe Mensah, C.K. Man, A.B. Crenso, and the celebrated Pat Thomas. True men with noble characters who remember those who looked out for them. Lee, the small boy, as he describes me, supported him for almost 30 years of his career and made sure he was not left out when he facilitated the Legends Glow signed up when they came to Ghana. He shouldn't forget his insincerity with how he handled himself in that space. I always knew this day would come somehow. That's how I know him. A charlatan. Wisdom is not a preserve of the old age and gray hair. There are old men in communities, families, but children often rise to lead. These are my last words to the great Ambule, our last from the good old Western stock. I still love music. Mic drops, and it comes with a picture of Jacob Echebilante, Mactonto, KOD, Ambule at the VGMAs or Ghana Music Awards in 2002. I don't know if around that time, in the North sponsor. So yes, Ghana Music Awards. Yes, Empa. Romeo, and now when I started.
Yeah,
why you find the words so harsh?
Exactly. KOD's words were harsh. For me, honestly speaking, Ambule's opinion about VGMA in regards to high life, it's his opinion, and for me, I wouldn't fight someone over such an opinion.
Even when you are a board member of VGMA, you've served on the board and you know what the VGMA stands for, not to kill high life. You don't comment on it.
No, you see, when someone makes such scathing attack on you, it's your business to educate people, right, on the whole thing, so that you kill the ignorance which is being spread. But then I also find it a bit not okay with KOD Ambule's interview, where he referred to
KOD as shallow-minded.
It's too hard an insult. But if you study KOD's epistle, it's loaded with hard words, like real insults. And I was thinking that two wrongs never make a right. And okay, let's say, because on this side of our world, people would always shield the old ones and then ask the younger ones to forget. But KOD also came out to also prove that he's not a small boy. The fact that Ambule could even be his father or a big brother or uncle or something, he's not a small boy. So those languages, he also wasn't too okay with it. The real aspect I didn't like at all was when he said he has fed him before. It's not okay. You give someone bread at a particular moment was meant that you did good. So coming out to say tomorrow, if you're even giving someone water, the person will look at you twice. So yeah, you could have spoken your mind, could have attacked his words, and then even what he said to you could have just ignored the insults. But it's an epistle filled with so much insults. As a literature person, if you pick every word, if you want to analyze every word, it's naked insults. And that's not something we look up to. Young ones are looking, but if people have said what things about VGMA, even the real investors, the owners of the brand, do not come out to attack people. It dies out naturally. So for me, I'm not a fan of what KOD wrote, but it's also to mean that I support what Ambule said to KOD about being shallow-minded. If the child is not supposed to insult the adult is also not supposed to provoke the younger one. But KOD being that's energetic, you're vibrant and smart, intelligent, I didn't expect him to go to toe that line.
Martinez,
boss,
you also think the words were too harsh?
Oh, yeah.
How should he have gone around it without the words that you consider as harsh? Maybe he doesn't see those words as harsh.
Boss, based on
our orientations, everybody has his or her way of addressing issues or matters. And so we cannot direct KOD as to how he should go out. I mean, he's a full
grown man.
Yes. I was about to use a certain word before the grown man. Yeah, but it will be proper. Yeah, so we cannot teach him his left from right. But there's a saying that silence is golden, especially when you've built a certain reputation.
But they also say silence kills.
But it's still golden.
You see,
you see, when Ambule came out with those comments, asking whether he could tour with his clothing lines and DJing and all of that. So far, everybody I've heard commenting on that issue is actually in defense of KOD. So the people will fight for you. Because if you make a comment that you are wondering, you are asking if you could tour for, I mean, no, come on. So why would you even come back? And to me, I think he came to muddy the water. Because the KOD I know is a fine gentleman. Ambule over the years is known for, you know, I'm not saying he's not a fine gentleman, but we know he's outspoken, coming hard sometimes and all of that. So for me, I think it's all in defense of high life. It tells you how we cherish our identity, because Ambule's comment is based on the fact that he feels we need to protect high life.
Yeah.
Yes, and he feels VGMA currently, or let's say there are war schemes, and those who can be used as the front line, who can engineer this cause. Because once you're able to project a certain category in regards to high life as the ultimate, then some way, somehow, you are giving some relevance or recognition to high life. And then KOD also being a board member felt like, I mean, he's part of the scheme, and he also has to come in defense. And in doing so, I think he came hard at Ambule by saying it's nonsense. I mean, you can disagree and share your opinion devoid of insult. Maybe the word nonsense is not an insult. It means there's no sense in what you are saying.
No, contextually with the reply,
exactly.
It makes it an insult.
Yes. But to Ambule and to our African setting, if you tell an adult that what you said is actually nonsense,
say it in Chi.
It's an insult. Automatically, he or she will take it as an insult. So that is where Ambule also came in and went far, attacking KOD's brand. I mean, for him to come out with that clothing lines, it tells you how he has toiled for it. And so when you attack that, he will come hard at you. But if I were to KOD, I wouldn't go the way he went. But hey, that's him.
Quick one, how do they resolve this under 30 seconds? The two personalities at the VGMAs.
His final words. So I don't think he will come back, even if Ambule come back to address his final words. I think KOD shouldn't come back. And from what he posted, the last one, but he still love him, and he mentioned artists, great artists that have, you know, contributed massively that he loves, and Ambule is still included. So I don't see any hard feeling in this. It's all about share your view, let me share my view. With Georgia, we see the way for, but sometimes the views come very hard, and it's normal. I mean, I don't see them fighting each other. It's just about disagreements.
Romeo, how did they resolve? How
I
should
think
they resolve this?
In a smart way, KOD should actually render an apology, and then the VGMA should release a statement. You see, the VGMA has evolved out of criticisms. You will not have all of us praise you. I'm one of the strongest critics of the VGMA, and when they also go well, we applaud them. So if someone comes out, he's one of the doings of high life, and he feels there was a year when Shatawale was giving
the high life song.
The high life song.
I know my level.
I know my level. So with all the people had their opinion, people share. So if he also felt that all these things have happened over the years, so he, in throwing out his 1 cent, he was overly emotional, and then talks about how the VGMA is killing the high life. It's your business to educate the public, to to make nonsense of what he said, but not saying nonsense of what he said. So now it's already done, and KOD's business as a board member, he wasn't even supposed to have revealed his membership status to the public.
No, I mean they are done with their job. So
no, I know, but this is not the last time. This is not. So tomorrow, if Ambule's song appears on, and he is part of the board, so technically people will feel that there won't be any fair judgment. So it's the job of the VGMA.
There are 14 board members or so. KOD cannot
influence
the entire board.
This is what I keep telling people. See, Abrantipa, as an assemblyman, it's easy for me to convince a fellow assemblyman because we share common things, common interests. So if we are on the same board and they say there are 14 people, if sometimes there are people who inherit people's enemies, there are people who are very close to KOD on the board. So if I have an issue with you and you are here, like, let's be real.
I get yes.
So it will not be put.
Initial comments appear to be an attack on the board.
You get it. So that job was supposed to have been the job of the PR.
That's what I said.
Okay.
Not a board member.
Yes.
Otherwise, the Mr. Simons and all of them would release. But they are. I don't want to say they are matured enough. They're matured enough not to come out the way KOD did.
So quick one before we go. Quick one. Has Ambule also tried to sit down with the board to address some of these things? That's a question I do ask. That we are talking about, hey, do this, do that. Have they also made it official? Like Musica. That's the body of the musicians. You get it? So if they feel something is not right with the award scheme, can they also sit down with the board? Because we are a body, especially when you represent the musicians. So this is her life. Okay, we are suggesting that's how we feel when you do it will help. Let's pray. So that you all judge your, but when you wait.
But I think they have workshops. They have
they do.
Fora where they discuss all these.
But he is talking about personal, Ambule and then Musica or Ambule and then the VGMA.
With the board, because you are a stakeholder, and if there's any suggestion, why not make it official? But when you wait for nominations to be out for a particular year, and then you come out with those kind of criticism, I don't think you are playing a role as an influencer.
Okay.
So will they one day award him as one of the legends? Because every year you know they award legends.
The Lifetime Achievement Award.
Yes.
Okay. ABR in the wisdom of the board, no.
These are things
because there are other people who ABR no more time as soon. You see a time as soon. We need to wrap up and then end the show. Thanks for watching the show. Thanks for staying with us. Thanks for coming. Ambassador Romeo is Assemblyman for Medina Social Welfare. He's an event organizer. He's an artist manager. He's a poet. He's an actor. He's the trainer for voice coach for beauty pageants. If you want to be a beauty pageant, beauty queen, come and see Ambassador Romeo. We'll train you. I'm Wako Miss World. Wako Winyama Ghana. Saturday and then can news everybody and yes small crowd. Quizzy Martinez. Quizzy Martinez is a film producer and entertainment analyst. Thank you for watching this episode of E-Forum. Last time Nana Romeo see me dino imudu timbebo me dinya menka twi. Your friend Benefo. Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Mapon.
are honored to play host this evening to a historic personality from the United States of America, the Honorable Kamala Harris, a distinguished lawyer after a lifetime of public service, having been elected District Attorney of San Francisco and Attorney General of California, and then United States Senator. She was elected Vice President of the United States of America, the first female and the first person of African and Asian descent to occupy that high office. Madam, we congratulate you on these outstanding achievements and bid you and your husband, the second gentleman, Douglas Emhoff, and your delegation, with its large contingent of our kith and kin, the African Americans, a warm welcome to Ghana. You're amongst a people famed for their hospitality. Akwaba is our word of welcome. I've had the privilege of meeting you on 2 occasions, once in Washington and the other in Munich. So you can understand my elation in receiving you as my guest at the seat of the presidency of Ghana, Jubilee House. We value very much the friendship between the United States of America and the Republic of Ghana. And my hope is that our two nations and peoples will continue to deepen the bonds of friendship and cooperation that exist between us, especially as our two countries are both fully committed to democratic values and to governance systems founded on the separation of powers and respect for human rights, the rule of law, and the principles of democratic accountability. We recognize that our governance systems are best anchored in market economies which reward individual enterprise, creativity, and innovation, and which deliver prosperity to the masses of their peoples, including their women. Madam Vice President, the establishment of formal relations between our countries dates back to 1957, when Ghana, under the dynamic leadership of our first president, Kwame Nkrumah, became the first country in sub-Saharan Africa to free herself of the colonial yoke, in our case, that of the British. On that momentous occasion of 6 March 1957, Ghana's Independence Day, the only other U.S. vice president to visit us, Richard Nixon, led the U.S. delegation at President Dwight Eisenhower's behest to attend the ceremony. Members of the U.S. delegation included Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the great civil rights leader, his famous wife, Coretta Scott King, Ralph Bunche, the Undersecretary of the United Nations and the first African American to win the Nobel Peace Prize, and other prominent African American leaders, such as Philip Randolph, Mordecai Johnson, Horace Mann, Senator Charles Diggs, and Congressman Adam Clayton Powell. The link between Ghana's liberation, indeed Africa's liberation, and the American civil rights movement was forged that day, a link that rendered ridiculous the decision of the U.S. government to prevent the celebrated W.E.B. Du Bois, one of the pioneers of the Pan-African movement, from attending the event. Happily, in the course of Ghana's Fourth Republic, a more edifying precedent has been set, which has seen 3 successive U.S. presidents visit us. President Clinton in 1998, President George Bush in 2008, and President Barack Obama in 2009. It was President Donald Trump whose failure to visit us interrupted this welcome development, which we hope President Biden will soon resume. "66 years after our independence, with Ghana being one of America's most important partners in sub-Saharan Africa, the fruits of Ghana-USA relations are evident. One of the most notable examples of those relations was given in the early years of our independence, when Kaiser Aluminum signed with President Nkrumah's government, with the support of the World Bank, to build in 1965 the $196 million United States Akosombo hydroelectric power project, which has since been the main provider of Ghana's energy needs. It remains the single biggest private American investment in our country. The time has come for it to be replicated. There have, however, been more recent examples of positive cooperation with the United States. In 2016, towards the holding of the 2016 elections in Ghana, the elections which first brought me to office, the United States contributed some $7 million United States dollars towards the holding of those elections. We were among the first beneficiaries of the Millennium Challenge Compact initiated by the government of President Bush, which led to a grant of $547 million United States dollars negotiated by the Kufuor government with the Bush government when I was Ghana's foreign minister. It was satisfactorily performed, which enabled us to enter into MCC Compact 2, negotiated by the successor Mills-Obama governments to improve Ghana's power generation. We're looking forward to negotiating MCC Compact 3. The Pokuasi bulk supply project, with a total capacity of 580 million volt-amps, whose construction commenced in February 2019 and was completed in August 2021, the largest bulk power supply point in Ghana, which together with the George Walker Bush Highway are significant examples of the imprints of recent cooperation with the United States of America. We continue to be appreciative of the annual provision of scholarships to Ghanaian students to study in America through initiatives such as the Young African Leaders Initiative, and the hospitality that is accorded to the hundreds of thousands of Ghanaians living in and contributing to the life of the United States. Vice President, we're encouraged by the fact that more American companies than ever are looking to invest in Ghana, and we will continue to create and maintain the conducive investment atmosphere that will not only guarantee the safety of their investments, but good returns on those investments as well. As you know, we want to move the focus of our economy from just being producers and exporters of raw materials. We want to build a value-added industrialized economy with a modernized agriculture, which will enable us to reach our destination of a Ghana beyond aid. I'm happy that our relations with the United States are now being focused on an increase in trade and investment cooperation. Madam Vice President, we share many similar positions on the great questions of the global agenda, especially our mutual attachment to the implementation of the Paris Climate Accord, to the strengthening of the multilateral system of international cooperation, to the respect for the sovereignty of all nations, great or small, to the maintenance of international law and order, and to the need to employ peaceful means to resolve disputes. We are, however, both resolute in our condemnation and opposition to terrorism and violent extremism, and Ghana, within her modest means, is determined to cooperate with the United States to fight these messes. To that end, we welcome the strong cooperation in security matters with the United States. I'm happy to announce that Ghana has accepted the invitation of the United States to join the Atlantic Basin Cooperation as a founding member. The government of Ghana believes that such cooperation will provide a platform to enhance cooperation to develop shared approaches to Atlantic Ocean issues and build on shared capacities and experiences for the benefit of the Atlantic Ocean region. As a coastal country bordering the Atlantic Ocean, Ghana recognizes that no country alone can solve the cross-boundary challenges in the Atlantic Ocean, ranging from maritime security to environmental degradation. Ghana therefore welcomes and commits to exploring the numerous opportunities offered by this laudable initiative on Atlantic cooperation. I wish to assure you, Madam, that the Republic of Ghana will continue to collaborate with the United States of America at the bilateral and multilateral levels in finding solutions to challenges such as widespread poverty, irregular migration, insecurity and human rights violations, including discrimination against women, terrorism and violent extremism, human and drug trafficking, piracy, as well as climate change and its attendant impact on the environment and livelihoods. I want to state once again for the record that Ghana's history has been against great power domination of the affairs of the world. And that is the reason why Ghana led the fight for the liberation of the African continent from colonialism and imperialism and became one of the 5 initiators of the historic non-aligned movement. It is this same principle that led us to vote in the United Nations General Assembly in favor of the motion condemning the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And it is a position we will continue to hold. Great powers of whatever ilk, including friendly ones, trampling on small nations is not something we welcome. And within our modest means, we will register our disapproval of it. The effects of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, coupled with the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, have undeniably put countries, communities, and households across Africa, and indeed across the world, in precarious situations, and are threatening to derail the development process and progress in African countries in particular. Ghana, for her part, has not been spared the effects of these pernicious developments. And that is why we've gone to the International Monetary Fund to seek its assistance to repair in the short term our public finances and restore our balance of payments, whilst we continue to work on the medium to long-term structural changes that are at the heart of our goal of constructing a resilient, robust Ghanaian economy and building a Ghana beyond aid. We will count on the support of the United States in reaching a good agreement with the fund, which will set the stage for the strong recovery of Ghana's economy. Madam Vice President, I said to you in Washington, D.C., and I believe it is appropriate on the occasion of your visit to reiterate a matter of great importance to Ghana, and that is the process of UN reform, especially reform of the UN Security Council. We are committed to Africa's common position on UN reform based on the Azulwini Consensus, and are anxious that the matter of UN reform finds its way back quickly to the center of the global agenda. I'm pleased that good progress is being made on the reform of the UN Security Council, which has been given a great boost by the decision of US President Joe Biden to embrace the reform process, the first time a US president has explicitly done so. I'm hopeful that the leaders of the other 3 P5 members of the Security Council will soon follow his lead, just as French President Emmanuel Macron has done. The time has come for the global community to undertake this much-needed reform, which will bring greater effectiveness to the work of the United Nations and the Security Council in the maintenance of international peace and security. Madam, I hope you enjoy your visit to Cape Coast tomorrow and to Cape Coast Castle, one of the locations through which slaves were transported to the Americas and the Caribbean, in the infamous, barbaric, and dehumanizing transatlantic slave trade. With Ghana recognizing her unique position as the location for 75% of the slave dungeons built on the west coast of Africa, we believe we have a responsibility to extend a hand of welcome back home to Africans in the diaspora, the reason for the commemoration of the Year of Return in 2019. We use the events of that year to solidify our relations with our kith and kin in the Americas and the Caribbean. We believe the time has come to engage Africans in the diaspora and all persons of African descent more positively in areas such as trade and investment cooperation and skills and knowledge development and transfer. We want to work together to change the African narrative, which has been characterized largely by a concentration on disease, hunger, poverty, and illegal mass migration. Together, we must help make Africa the place for investment, progress, and prosperity, and the stage for the development of the prosperity of the African peoples and all descendants of Africa. Once again, Vice President Kamala Harris, thank you, your husband, the Second Gentleman, and your delegation for coming to Ghana. We're indeed honored by the presence in our midst of the first female Vice President of the United States of America, a person of African descent, and we're happy that Ghana was the first port of call on her first official visit to Africa. We should never forget the sentiments of that legendary Jamaican reggae musician, Peter Tosh, who said, and I quote, "Don't care where you come from. As long as you are a black man, you are an African." Madam, you're welcome home. Since you were born on a Tuesday, I'm sure you will not mind if we add the Ghanaian name Abna, the Akan name for all Tuesday-born females, to your name. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you to be upstanding and raise your glasses to toast the health and welfare of the Vice President of the United States of America, the Honorable Kamala Devi Abna Harris. Her husband, the Second Gentleman Douglas Emhoff, and of the friendly American people, including their leader, President Joe Biden, and First Lady Joe Biden, and the flourishing of the friendship between the Republic of Ghana and the United States of America. May God continue to bless. God continue to bless the peoples of Ghana and the United States.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Mr. President, thank you for extending my name. Abena, is that it? There we are. And greetings to all the Abena who are here tonight. Mr. President, I thank you for hosting this state banquet. As I begin this week-long visit across the continent of Africa, it is an honor indeed, Mr. President, to start here in Ghana. I thank the members of Congress who have traveled with me, Senator Coons, Congresswoman Phyllis McCormick, and I thank you to all the Ghanaian officials who have received us so warmly and who have made this trip possible. We are joined today by incredible leaders from Ghana and throughout the continent. And here with us tonight are also individuals from the United States who represent the glorious beauty of the African diaspora. We have with us on this trip Oscar and Emmy winners, CEOs and media publishers, civil rights leaders and advocates, artists and academics, dignitaries and diplomats. And Mr. President, you are personally responsible for welcoming and encouraging the connection of the diaspora to this continent. Because of you, Mr. President, hundreds of thousands of Black Americans and members of the diaspora around the world came here 4 years ago to participate in the Year of Return. Because you are a student of history, and in the time during which I have come to know you, you take great joy in reminding us all of where we come from, but always with a glorious vision of where we also know we can be. And because of you, members of the diaspora and those around the world have traveled to Ghana to remember the history of slavery, those who have come here to honor their lineage and to understand their ancestry. And now, through Beyond the Return, many more visit each year. Your vision, Mr. President, made this possible. So on behalf of all of those who have made the return, all those from America who join you tonight, and all those who will return in the future, thank you, Mr. President. President Joe Biden and I are committed to celebrate and strengthen the long-standing ties that connect our people and our nations. These ties are a source of pride and strength for both our countries. Mr. President, this is a topic that you and I have often spoken about. Over these past 2 years, it has been my honor to work with you on these and many other critical issues. When we first met at the White House in September of 2021, we started our conversation about the intertwined history between our two nations. A conversation about how we are as nations interconnected and interdependent. Last December, you and I spoke at the Diaspora Forum at the United States Africa Leaders Summit in Washington, D.C. Waiting to take the stage, I was backstage as you spoke, and I watched, Mr. President, as you elegantly reminded the audience that, I quote, "Destiny of all Black people, no matter where in the world they are, is bound up with Africa." I then announced at that forum that President Joe Biden would create a new Presidential Advisory Council on African diaspora engagement in the United States. Last month, both you and I attended the Munich Security Conference, representing our respective nations. There, you called for a change in the paradigm of the continent's relationship with the world, a point with which I agree and reinforced when I spoke during my own appearance in Munich. And now it is my honor to be here to continue that conversation, to build on our work together, and to discuss our shared destiny. Mr. President, Ghana's leadership and advocacy on the world stage is not only vital, it is inspiring, historically so. As you have mentioned, on March 6, 1957, when Ghana gained independence, it inspired millions of Americans, as it did for millions around the world, including Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who came here to witness the dawn of a new era. Dr. King, as we all know, and he wrote, was deeply moved by what he saw here. He wrote and spoke of it for years after. He spoke and wrote about what Ghana was teaching the world. And he predicted that Ghana's independence, and I will quote, will have worldwide implications and repercussions, not only for Africa, but for America. Ghana, he said, tells us that the forces of the universe are on the side of justice. This remains true today. Ghana is a leading voice for democracy and a leading voice in the march for freedom, justice, and liberty. While we face real challenges, I look around tonight and I am truly more optimistic than ever. And I know that by working together, the United States and Ghana, alongside the diaspora and the people of this beautiful continent, will share our future for the better. I thank you, and I raise this approaching glass to you, Mr. President, and thank you for the warm welcome and visit. Thank you.
We control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money.
Hello and welcome to Business Moment on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokwote. Today we'll be talking about the real estate business here in Ghana. Don't go away, I'll be right back. Welcome back. I am at the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25, and I'll be speaking to the Chief Executive Officer of this beautiful estate. Her name is Kiran Deswani. That's Wani. I hope I got the name right.
Yes, you did.
Hello, Kiran. Welcome to Business Moments.
Hello, how are you?
I'm
Thank
very
you
well.
for coming to visit us and join us here at the Greens today.
Thank you for having us as well. How long have you been in Ghana?
So I moved to Ghana in 2014.
Okay.
And I started a company called Alubond West Africa, where we used to cater to the construction industry. We used to do facades, so glazing, curtain wall, cladding. Company from Dubai called Mulk Holdings. So that's how I came to Ghana in 2014.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I see you've been in Ghana for like, should I say, almost 10 years now. So I'm sure you might have had some favorite food of yours. What was your favorite Ghanaian food? Jollof, wache, kenke, which is which? Which one?
I love wache. I
Okay.
like jollof, and my favorite is light soup.
Oh wow!
I don't know
That's
if that's a typical favorite, but my favorite is yes. I like
that's nice.
good light soup.
Oh wow,
Yes.
that's nice.
Yeah.
That's really nice. Spicy and all.
Little spicy.
Okay. All right. So then we are delving straight to business. We want to talk about the Greens Estate. What is the Greens Estate and what do you do?
So we actually founded the company in 2017. We came across a parcel of land that we acquired, and luckily we had no issues with the registration, the title, which sometimes happens to be a problem here in Ghana. Then an architect, when I actually first bought the land, we didn't really know what to do. So it was getting the architect, and he actually had a vision. So we had that as an option. We had reselling the land as an option, and we also had doing service plots as an option.
Okay.
Right? Because we were like, okay, this is not our trade. So we had three options, and we were very convinced with actually the architect's overview of what the estate could look like.
Okay.
Which was what you have visited today.
Oh, wow. So the plan was not to essentially start on the estate.
No.
Just wanted to acquire property in Ghana.
Yes.
Okay.
We just thought, okay, real estate, whether it's land or finished product, it's always a great investment, because I do believe that real estate is tangible. So it's a real asset that you can actually see. So we just bought the land, and then from there we have come quite far actually.
Oh, okay. That's nice. So prior to starting, I mean, after getting the advice from the architect about starting a real estate, did you dream of having such a big space or over 100 homes or units?
Not at all.
Okay.
And I remember an architect in Dubai actually said to me, once you start being a developer, you will never stop.
Okay.
So it's like you will never look back. And I was like, okay, that stuck here. And where we are right now, we've acquired another parcel of land right next to here, another almost 6 acres, where we'll be building another 75 homes. And we are also doing a joint venture with ANC Mall. They are developing ANC Village in OEB. So there we're also going to be building residential complex within the ANC Village.
Okay. Yeah, so from my research, I realized you guys have a good taste when it comes to housing. I mean, the features are quite unique and all. What went into that thinking or that the building, you know?
So definitely design, the architect has had the eye, and of course I think we also appreciate aesthetics, and we do believe that you don't necessarily have to spend extremes amount of money to have something looking good. So we do consider ourselves in the middle income bracket. So people mainly from the diaspora are our preferential buyers, and then professionals, doctors, people in the oil business, like people working for these companies.
Oh, okay. Did you face any challenges while starting up?
A lot of people asked me, like, how have you actually succeeded being in such a male-dominating industry? But I have been very lucky that I've been treated very well by, you know, the greater organization, the Ghana Real Estate, banks, clients. It's been quite smooth.
Okay.
And I've had a great team also. I mean, it's not just... Yes.
Kudos to the team as well.
Yes,
very
yes,
important.
Yes,
you should always have the right team for your business to
yes.
help it spread and
yes.
grow to reach this level.
Yes.
So I see you have quite a number of amenities. There's the pool area, there's the bar area, there's a playground for children. What went into that?
So again, I think coming from Dubai, like I'm originally Indian, but I am born and brought up in Spain, and I've been living in Dubai for the past 15 years also.
Okay.
So my husband lives in Dubai, and I am between Dubai and here. And I've always appreciated seeing, you know, gated communities where you have the amenities, so you don't have, especially for children, when they come home after school, they don't have to commute to go for swimming classes or tennis classes, or, you know, just hang out with your community, neighbors, friends. It's just safe. So that's why I think we also think that it's more a lifestyle than just amenities. It's like people that come here look to have a better lifestyle.
Okay. So meaning there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Whether mother, father,
yes.
children,
yes.
there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I want to find out what makes you different from other, I mean, your company, the Greens Estate, what makes it different from other real estate companies?
So one thing that we really pride ourselves in is that we actually do our construction in-house. And that is something that I always think that it is one of our unique advantages. Normally, developers contract or subcontract the construction to a construction company, and construction, it is like a very, very difficult industry to actually know what has gone into the construction. Like if we look at the wall, you don't know how much, what's the iron rods that are inside the steel, you don't know how many coats of paint. So there's a lot of, like, you can't really measure construction. So for us, we do our construction in-house, and I think that gives us an edge in controlling our quality and what we actually deliver to our clients.
Okay. I want to delve just a little bit personal. Have you always been interested in the real estate business?
I have.
Okay.
I have always admired, growing up, people that would get passive income. Like, I would be like, okay, so this gentleman, you know, he's collecting X amount of thousands of dollars or euros when we were in Spain. It wasn't his main business, but it would be like his passive income. He had invested in real estate. He was like older at that time, and he could just sit and just get that income. So I've always looked up to investment in real estate.
Oh, okay.
And again, like I said earlier, the fact that it is a tangible asset.
Yeah. But what's your clientele base?
Mainly diaspora.
Targets? Okay.
From the USA, from the UK. We've got some clients that have come from, actually even Ghanaians from Japan, from Israel, Canada.
Okay.
Mainly. I would say 80% of our clientele is from the diaspora.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So still on clientele base, you already have already made units, and you spoke about acquiring another land. So what if I'm your client and I do not want the house, but I want a land? Is there an option like that?
No,
Okay.
because as a gated community also, we believe that, you know, we do want to protect your investment, And I think having the, let's say like units that will be easy for you to resell in case of wanting to resell. It would be easier when it's all properties that are standard, not different colors, different styles, different designs. So that's why we don't sell land.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. You spoke about style. I see the houses are almost in the same style. What inspired that? Colors, style.
Yes. So the architect.
Okay.
The architect.
So an advice based on the architect.
Yes. So
okay.
he's the let's say the master behind the designs that you see, the colors, you know.
Oh, all right. Okay, so it's been nice having you, Kiran Daswani. Thank you so much for joining us on Business Moments on GhanaWeb. Thank you for sharing your business with us, telling us what you put into it and everything that's got to do with your business.
Thank you so much
for coming.
Thank you.
When we return, we take a tour of the Greens Estate. Stay tuned. Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. Well, this is the part where we take a tour of the facility. I believe you've been enjoying the interesting conversations so far, but we are going to check out what the Greens Estate Company has for us so you would decide on the kind of house you want. I have with me here the project manager of the Greens Estate Company. He is Prince Nyako. Hello, Prince Nyako. Welcome to Business Moments on GhanaWeb.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Welcome to the Greens.
Thank you. And what do you have for us? Take us on a tour.
Well, we have a lot to offer, and I think once we go on the tour, you should see what we have to offer.
All right. So
come with us.
He has a lot to offer. Let's go. Okay. Okay, so I've noticed something interesting when I entered. I realized the street names are named according to, the streets are named according to flowers. I see marigold, I saw tulip over there.
Yes.
Is there any inspiration behind it?
Well, the vision of the Greens was to, as the name suggests, the Greens. We are trying to project nature and give a refined living experience to our clients. And so that is the reason why we have named our streets also after nature. So we have the palm street, and as you can see, you have palm trees all labeled here. You have the tulip, marigold, and all that. So basically, that is the vision. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. And I read your profile, and one of the things I saw was that building affordable houses. How affordable is the Greens to the average Ghanaian?
Well, people may say that affordability is relative.
Okay.
But what we have done here at the Greens is to give you quality for not to also break the bank. Okay. And that is what we've tried to do. And so we have houses ranging from 1 bed to 5 bedroom. Okay. And as much as possible, we try and control the cost by making sure that we do our own construction. We source materials from very competitive sources to be able to also beat down the prices for our clients. And so as we go along, you learn about the prices we have.
Okay, sure. And so whilst we are sourcing your materials, do you do local or international?
Basically, we do local. The vision of our CEO is also that we want to get the community involved. And so we have a lot of workers here who are Ghanaians, indigenous people, and then as much as possible we source all materials also from here in Ghana. Yes.
Okay. I think that's beautiful. At least there's some sort of employment for our local people here in Ghana. Exactly. And I've also noticed one thing. There's you are using particular colors. I see ash, I see white, and that color, is it light
Terracotta.
burgundy? Terracotta. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. Is there a reason?
Well, I mean, we have a professional architect who does all our designs, and so the concept is to make sure that we have uniformity, and also not to have colors that are too, you know, pungent on the eyes. Exactly. Okay. So we have white, which gives you a brighter of the environment. I mean, we have gray, which is also like a bit of a shade of not too deep a gray. Okay. But so it just, you know, blends in. It gives you a very bright, you know, community.
Okay, okay. Yeah. So as the project manager, what are some of the amenities house owners get to enjoy?
Okay, so maybe I'll take you there. But in here we have a swimming pool, a community swimming pool. Mm-hmm. We have a gymnasium. Okay. We have a multi-purpose court. Mm-hmm. And then we also have playgrounds, as you can see from behind me. We are yet to finish though, but we have some of these dotted all around, so you don't have your kids go outside to go and play. So we have some things like this for our kids to be able to also play. And then for the adult, we have a rooftop bar. Okay. We'll go and see that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
How much went into all these?
Okay.
What plans went into putting these edifices?
Okay, so where we started from is where we actually started in 2017. So that was our first phase. So we have some 2 beds, 3 beds, and then 2 bed terraces. Okay. Okay, so that's ended the first phase. And then we have the second phase, which started from just opposite the first phase, all the way to house 57, just ahead of us. Okay. So that also comprises some 2 beds, 3 beds, basically. Yes, and so we have a mix of everything: 2 beds, 3 beds for our phases 1 to phase 3, and then ongoing we have some 1 bed as well. I'll show you that as well. Okay. Very beautiful.
Okay. In terms of space, you know, some of us like our spaces. We like big spaces. Yeah. I've noticed some of these real estate companies have quite smaller spaces. How big is your space?
Well, it's quite sizable. We have actually optimized the spaces we have, and so as you can see on my left, this is a typical 4-bedroom, which is part of our, you know, phase 3. Mm-hmm. You have your parking to your left here. Mm-hmm. You have the building there. You can go all around the building. Oh, okay. You have also some greenery to your left as well. And so, I mean, we have really optimized the space, and definitely it is really a design for a family. I mean, yes.
Yeah, and for this particular house, I could see your client understood the concept, because I can see more greens actually in the house, and it makes it more beautiful.
Exactly. Okay. So as you can see, I mean, he's done a lot of, you know, additions to it. Mm-hmm. We have spaces for families, sit around for families. We have a lot of greenery around there, so there's a lot of space for families to be able to sit around and enjoy the facility.
Okay. I see quite a number of units around me. How many in total do we have?
Okay. So in total, we're doing a community of about 108 houses. 108 houses as we speak. We are on the last phase of it. We just have about 6 buildings to go. So those of you who want to be part of this community, you better run.
Rush while the deal is still hot.
Exactly.
Okay, that's nice. So we are heading towards
the phase 3.
I
want to first show you the recreational area, so you appreciate what, you know, the entire community also comes with.
So when you talk about the recreational area, is it just one particular spot? Because you showed me one particular one. Is that the only place for the units?
No. So that is a playground for kids. Mm-hmm. Yes, and then we have an additional space where you have an open top bar. Mm-hmm. You have the gym. And then you have also a multi-purpose court and a swimming pool. Okay. So that is where I'm taking you to now.
All right, so this is a recreational space, and like I said earlier, I actually thought it was a unit, a housing unit, but it really looks spacious. There's a pool, I think there's a tennis court. That's the bar you spoke about.
That's
up
the bar,
there.
exactly. I'll take you there to look at it.
All right, sure.
Very beautiful. Okay. But let me not catch you, but We also have apartment, 1-bed apartment here, a 3-bed apartment as well. So those of you who are looking to doing some investments can consider a 1-bed apartment here.
That's fine.
For Airbnb. I mean, it will give
Airbnb,
you very good,
yes, I was going to ask if you do Airbnb. Okay, so take us around and let's see what you've got.
Yes, so here is a community pool. As you can see, it's all done. Ready for swim. I don't know whether you brought in the costume.
Unfortunately, I didn't.
Okay, and then we have the multi-purpose court here. So that's for long tennis. You can do basketball as well, and even volley.
How deep is the pool?
We have the deepest side is about 1.3 feet.
Okay.
And then we have very, very shallow, even for babies. You can sit on the staircases to your right.
Okay.
Yes.
But is this enough for the 108?
Oh yes, I mean this is about 15 by 8 meter pool. So quite, very big. It's quite big. Yes.
Okay, sure.
So the gym is not finished yet, but that is where the gym is.
Okay.
So we have about 162 square meters of gym space with washrooms, male and female with lockers.
Okay.
Yes, it's not finished yet. So
I see.
And then up here is our open, rooftop bar.
Okay.
Maybe I can also take you there
so
to look at.
Before we go to the rooftop bar, let's have a look at the 1-bedroom.
Okay.
Apartment or unit. So you have 2 of these, right?
We have 2 units of these.
Okay.
These are not completed yet.
Okay.
They are not completed yet, so maybe if
we can just have a fair idea
of what it is.
Of how it actually looks.
Okay.
Oh, I see some of the cabinets already.
Exactly. So it comes with an open kitchen. It's an open kitchen concept with an island.
Okay.
And then you have the sitting area here. You have a bedroom to your left. Yes. So you have closet space.
Okay.
You have a closet space here. That is the washroom.
Oh, wow. The washroom is even spacious.
Exactly. And then the bedroom here. Exactly. A total of about 95 square meters.
Okay. So how much is something like this? Does something like this cost?
Yes. So this is going for a cool $109,000. $109,000.
$109,000.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so that's the staircase.
That's the staircase leading up.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. So how was it for you handling this huge project? I mean, how did you feel from the onstart and to where you've gotten to?
Well, I mean, for me, it's been an experience. My background is actually in quantity surveying.
Okay.
Exactly, yeah. And veering into project management has not been too difficult because our training really allows us to do that.
Okay.
And so we started off in 2017. As you can see here, we are building our last gate. And so, I mean, it's been a beautiful experience for me, a learning experience, and we thank God for it, for how far He's brought us.
Well done, actually. So tell us about the space.
Okay, so this is about 252 square meters of space.
Okay.
You have a pergola here for if you want to sit under a shade, and then we have a bar.
Okay, so this is where the bar will be.
This is where the bar is going to be. So we have also a kitchen as well, a kitchen in there. Then you have washrooms.
Okay.
We have about 4 slots of washrooms in there for visitors.
Okay.
It gives you a very beautiful view, as you can see from here.
Yes, actually.
Up here.
So you can even watch your kids.
Exactly, play from
here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can watch your kids play from here.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it open to outsiders or just homeowners here?
Yes. So what we're trying to do is to be able to manage the influx of people from outside, and so we have an external gate that brings people from outside to come and enjoy the space, while not disturbing the community. So as you can see, the whole recreational area is fenced.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a biometric, access system from outside into the estate. So once you're a member here, you can just access and come in here without necessarily going through the estate. Yes.
Oh, okay. Talking about fencing and all that, I would like to talk about security.
Yes.
How secured is the place?
Extremely secured. I mean, we have a 24-hour security. It's, as you can see, you saw there, it's manned. We have a second gate here as well, which is also going to be manned. Okay. And as much as possible, we try to incorporate other things to enhance the security. So the perimeter fence wall is actually electrified. I mean, we have electrocuted ones. And then we also adding on CCTV cameras into the estate and all that. And so just to enhance the, the security of the estate. All the street lights are solar powered. so that when there's blackout, you still have, some lighting.
That's good.
Yes.
That's a fair deal.
Exactly.
I mean, aside this space you have, is the Greens planning to move on to another space? Because I remember you told me this is your final unit or your final gate you're constructing.
Yes. So definitely yes. I mean, we are in this for the long haul. So as we can, just right behind these properties, we have a land there which is starting very soon, and I mean very, very soon. So those who want to book their units should talking to us. We have another one probably coming up in OEB as well. So I mean, we have other developments coming up.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go back to the final phase of the whole project.
Yes.
How long is it going to take to complete the final phase?
So we're actually looking at by June of this year we should be out of here.
June of this year?
June of this year we should be.
All things being equal?
All things being equal, we should be getting out of here. Yes.
Okay. So we were talking about drainage. I don't see the pipes. I don't see things I'm not supposed to see. Open drainages and all that. Yes. How was that? How did you
So as
do
our
that?
tagline goes, refined living. What we've tried to do is to keep a very safe environment for kids and also give a very hygienic, environment for our inhabitants. So what we've done here is that we have an underground drainage system, as you can see here. It also serves as a walkway.
Okay.
So all our drainages are underground. And then as I indicated to you last, all our street lights are also solar powered.
Exactly.
So when there are blackouts, the homes can have lights because they all have 1.5 kV solar panel, solar inverters, and then the street lights are also lit because of the solar lighting.
Okay, so meaning you're walking the talk of being an eco-friendly estate company.
Exactly.
Okay, that's amazing. So we are moving to a show house. Prince here is going to show us what exactly a house at the Greens look like. So come along and let's show you what's up. Okay, so this is a typical entrance.
Yes, so this is our 3-bedroom, known as the cedar. As I told you, all our houses are named after nature, so cedar is the form of a tree.
Okay.
Exactly. So this is our 3-bedroom.
All right.
Yes.
So should I call this a grand entrance?
Exactly. What we have done is to give you a very big, it's our 1.3 meter door.
Okay.
It's quite very wide.
Okay. So where are we starting from? The hall?
Let's go to the living area.
Okay.
Yes, so very beautiful, I guess.
Yes, I see.
Exactly.
Neutral colors. Well, that's my kind of furnishing
a lot of people like these colors. Exactly.
Yes.
So what we have done, to your left here, you see a very big sliding door. Similarly, we have one to your right.
Okay.
Exactly. So that is what we call. It gives you cross ventilation. So you don't always need to have your ACs on. You can just, shift one door here, slide another one here. You have mosquito netting here, so you can just slide, and then you enjoy the fresh air. Okay. It also gives you a lot of lighting into the house, so you don't have to always put on your artificial lighting. So
I see a lot of modding decorations. I mean, with regards to the ceilings, the lightnings, the tiles. I was looking at something on Facebook actually, and people were teasing landlords or complaining about landlords that they use a lot of brown and those multicolored kind of tiles. But I see this is quite different for their buildings. So
simplicity, they say, it's the way to go.
Okay. So does the client have an option to have a furnished house?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, we are very open. We are very open. So if you want us to furnish for you, we can also do that for you. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
All right. So the TV sits here, and then the couch.
The couch. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we go upstairs.
Yeah, we can. Let me show you the kitchen.
Okay.
You want to enjoy my sofa?
Yes, I do. It actually looks cozy.
Yes, it is.
Oh wow. You could sleep here, take a nap, even spend the night here.
Oh yeah, I mean it's
and I think it's even spacious for family gatherings.
Exactly.
And all. Exactly. Okay, so a space like what was the space?
So this is about 30 square meters here.
Okay.
For the dining and then the living area.
All right. That's nice. Let's move on to the next. I can't wait to see what you have in store.
Oh, okay. So let me show you what we have here on the ground floor.
Okay.
So we have a guest washroom to your left.
This is it?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a guest washroom here.
Oh, okay.
Very beautiful.
Well, this is what some people call the powder room, I guess.
Yes, the powder room, exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let me see. Let me have a look at it.
Yes.
Okay,
spacious.
it's quite spacious.
Very
Not really
spacious.
small.
Yes.
You know, the door is deceptive. It looks
Exactly.
quite tiny.
Yes.
So yes, yeah. So next, I see the kitchen.
That's the kitchen.
Okay.
So we furnished the kitchen for you. We will give you an extractor. It comes with the gas.
Oh, wow.
Exactly, yes. So
And these are the storage spaces.
These are the storage spaces, yes.
Okay. Quite spacious.
Yes. And to your left, you have a storeroom.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a storeroom here. That houses your washing machine.
Oh.
And then the solar inverter is also kept in here.
Oh,
If you want us to do some additions for you in terms of shelves, that can also be done. So you have
Okay, so there's an option for renovation.
Oh yeah, I mean additions.
Okay,
We are very open
additions.
to additions.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, so where does this door lead to?
This actually takes you to the backyard.
Okay, but let's finish with the
top end.
yes, okay. So I see the same tiles you use for the hall is what you are
the
using
same. We carry the same tiles through.
throughout every
Throughout
space.
the space, yes.
Oh,
exactly,
okay.
yes.
All right. How safe is this?
Very
With the
safe.
glass
It's actually very
panels.
safe. This
really?
is about 10 mm thick glass.
Okay.
10 mm thick glass is very quite tight. And then we also have the option of metal hand railing.
Okay.
So whichever one you choose, I mean, we can do that for you.
Sure.
So here is the master bedroom.
Oh.
So this is the master bedroom.
Oh.
Yeah, this is the master bedroom.
This is lovely.
Yes. This is the master bedroom.
Oh, it has built-in wardrobe.
Exactly, yes.
Oh, or closet. Okay. That's a queen size bed.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And then you have the washroom to your right.
Okay.
Also quite spacious.
Mm.
And then we give you a balcony here.
Okay. Oh.
So you can enjoy.
This one there, face me, I face you.
You can
Oh, that's
enjoy
nice.
the
It's quite
community.
airy here.
Very,
Yeah.
very airy. Yeah.
It's quite airy.
Very airy.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. So the washroom.
Yeah, that's the washroom. Yes.
Okay. 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 All right. So we move on to the next room.
Yes. So we have two other bedrooms, all en suite.
Okay.
So one to your right here.
Okay. Oh.
Yes.
This quite smaller.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a bit.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, another built-in closet.
Exactly. All the rooms comes with that.
Okay. So that's the last bedroom.
That's the last bedroom. Yeah.
Okay. I see two beds.
Yes.
So for like a kid's room,
Kids'
right?
room,
Children's
exactly,
room.
yes.
Oh. Well, I didn't feel all the beds. Ooh.
Yes.
That's a clean space.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So let's talk about the units.
Yes.
How is the units, or how are the units like? 2 bedroom, 1 bedroom, 3 bedroom.
Yes. So we start from 1 bed.
Okay.
As I showed you at the recreational area.
Yeah.
And then 2 beds. We also have 3 beds. We have some variety in the 3 beds. We have the cedar. We have another unit, another 3-bedroom known as the oak as well. Those are under construction. And then we have the 4-bedroom known as the cypress.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So,
okay.
This is the parking lot.
Oh.
The parking lot.
So how many cars can fit?
You can fit 2 cars actually.
Okay.
2 SUVs can even fit here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks small.
It's a 3.5. The
Okay.
average car size weight is about 2.5. So you still have space to move around.
Okay. Yeah. And the payment plan?
Yes.
Yes. How is it like? If I want to purchase?
Yes. As I indicated, I mean, we are very open.
Okay.
We have self-financing where we give clients up to, say, 1 year. Exactly. We also have accept mortgage. Exactly. And then when you're doing self-financing, as I indicated, I mean, within a period of, say, 6 to 1 year, I mean, we can consider that. Yeah.
Okay. So does that mean you make a lump sum in the first month?
Yes. So what we'll do
What's the
is
percentage?
Okay. So what we do is I do a 30%, between 30 and 40% down payment, and then the rest, if you're doing self-financing, is spread for you between 6 and 1 year. And then if you're doing a mortgage, depending on your income, and your commitments, the bank can look at 80%, and you do a down payment of 20%. The bank disburses the 80% when you have made your payment, and when the house is also completed, the bank does, they do the payment of the 80% for you.
Oh, okay, that's
and
quite flexible.
For Ghanaians, I think you can get between 5 to 15 years on your mortgage in terms of payback period, yeah.
So for how many homeowners do you have out of the 108?
Living here?
Yes, living here.
In and out, we have almost about, say, 30.
Oh.
And we have clients who live abroad, so they come in and go. And then we still have some residents also in there. Yeah.
Okay, and finally, what sets you apart? So we are going. This is still the backyard. Okay, yes. I think we should give a full tour of the house.
So one thing I need to mention is the cedar.
Okay.
It also comes with an out room. Yeah.
This is an out room. What's it for?
So if you have a house help, you can.
Okay.
A single, let's say, student bed can fit in here because it has its own washroom.
Oh, it has a washroom.
Exactly.
Okay.
If you want to also say set up an office space, you can also hide away from the kids.
All right. Okay, that's nice. Oh, that's fine. It's okay. Okay. So finally, whilst we are moving out of the house, what differentiates the Greens from other real estate companies?
Well, what I would say is that we control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money. In terms of payment terms, we are very flexible. The construction itself, I mean, some estate developers are averse to taking people around to see the start of the construction. But we are very open. We wish that people come here to see the construction right from the onset. I mean, the convention here is that people use blocks in the foundation, but we use concrete solely for the foundation. From foundation all up, we use concrete for the foundation. In the block, we produce it ourselves just to satisfy ourselves that we are giving you quality. And then our materials are carefully sourced, from the right sources. It's not like we want to cut corners. No, we don't do that. So that is what actually set us apart from others.
Okay, but I want to take you back just slightly about the housing units. What's the range from the lowest to the highest?
Okay, so our pricing, as I indicated earlier, start from 110,000 to 262,000.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Prince Nyarko, for joining us on Business Moment. It's been lovely having you take us on a tour to your project and as well as a showroom house. Thank you very much. We've come to the end of another interesting conversation on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest was the Greens Estate. If you are interested in owning a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3 or even 4, the right place to go is the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25. Also, if you're a business owner and you are interested in being featured on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV, see the numbers below and give us a call. Log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. Get interactive with us on all our social media handles. We are at the GhanaWeb on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel for more videos. My name is Na Oyokwoti. Thanks for watching.
The waterfall actually is a combination of 3 running streams, of which the main source is Ote.
Yeah.
Yes, and that is the stream that supplies the majority of the water falling.
The Ote.
Yes.
climbing down 259 steps to experience the Mejope canopy walkway, we now have about 20 more steps down and a few others up to enjoy the Ote waterfalls. Tour series here in the Volta region. This is People and Places, and we are doing this in collaboration with the Volta Regional Tourism Authority on their campaign Visit Volta, Experience Volta, and Share Volta. Today we are at the Ote Waterfalls, and we'll get you the details in a bit. Our tour guide is all the way up there, so we'll get to meeting him and continue with the conversation. My name is Wanda Amihagan. The water was so cool that we dropped bottles of water which had become too hot to drink in it when we got here. And within a space of 15 minutes, they were cool enough for us to drink. I'm going to take my shoes off and then dip my feet in the water while we have the rest of the conversation.
How is it?
It's very cold, but it's refreshing. Okay.
Hope you like them.
Yeah.
What's your phone?
Okay, sure. So, Daniel, please, let's talk the rest of the conversation.
Yeah.
You have to
Ready.
join me here, if you don't mind.
I
You can
have to
sit
sit?
here. Yes.
Okay.
So, this waterfall, was it discovered, or it just happened that people started coming here?
It was discovered.
Okay, by who?
There is this hunter that discovered it, and he's called Zando.
Zando.
Yes. On one of his hunting expeditions, he happened to shoot at an animal that didn't die immediately, and then tried to run away from him, but it fell this way. So he traced it down this end, and then he find the waterfall here.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Was he an inhabitant of?
Yes, a native of this community.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It sounds a little like the Lake Bosuntree story. Yeah, but that's an interesting story. So the discoverer of this lake is Zando.
Zando.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
And so the waterfall actually is a combination of 3 running streams. of which the main source is Ote.
Yeah.
Yes, and that is the stream that supplies the majority of the water falling.
The Ote.
Yes. But yes, Ote.
So where does it come from?
Well, the water bodies we have here are all spring waters.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Because of the height, there's no other running up here. So there are spring waters. That is why at the dry season, the water level reduces. Yes, because it can't spring out very fast. But in the rainy season, it springs out more. Yes. That is why the falls is a seasonal fall. It falls plenty at the rainy season. Yes.
And then it goes dry in the dry season.
In the dry season, but not entirely.
So there's always some amount of
There
water.
is always some amount. You are lucky. Yesterday we had a rainfall.
That's why
that
it's
is why
flowing a
it
bit.
is even this much.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
I see.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then we have a lower and upper fall. Yes.
I'm
So
assuming this is the upper one.
This is the upper one. So this water flows again down to the lower one. Yes, which we may not be able to do today. So we'll skip it.
Some other time when we come here.
Yes.
But people actually go down there, right?
Yes, they do.
How easy is it compared to this
Well,
place?
if you want to do both the upper and the lower, then it should take you the whole day.
Wow.
Yes.
The whole day, as in from morning.
From morning to maybe somewhere in the afternoon.
Wow.
Yes. Because the descendings and ascendings are not easy. Yes. You have also to eat so much and have energy. You have to be prepared for it.
Wow.
Yes.
So you can say it's only for the very strong.
Very strong, but the fainted can also do gradually.
I like that. I like that. So the faint-hearted like us, I mean, those who cannot go all the way.
Yes.
Daniel says you can still try. I mean, but gradually.
Gradually.
So you can still give it a try. There's no harm in trying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I would say it's a very nice place. You can also swim, but unfortunately, because of the rocky nature of the place, we couldn't make deep pools. Okay. Yeah, that is why sometimes at the rainy season, where we have much of the water, you could only float on it. Okay. Yes, or play in it. But from here, you could have natural shower.
So you can just stand under that and then
have your shower. Yes, very refreshing.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And these insects in the water, you say they are not harmful, right?
They are not harmful, but whenever they realize the water is muddy at certain points, they run there to make it clear.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Right. So how often do people come here?
Well, it's seasonal though, but weekends are free time for visitors.
So yes. People come here more often
during weekends.
And holidays.
And then holidays. Yes, holidays. We'll be having so many people. Unlike the past Christmas holidays, there were so many people here. A lot of them. Yes.
I see. So this place is a fantastic place to just come, sit, have some breeze. If you want to snack, you can play music. You can just sit and relax. He also mentioned that you can stand there and just get the water flowing down when the water is a lot, you know. So just try visiting the Ote waterfalls. One more thing, what does Ote mean? Which language is it?
Ote is the name of the stream anyway, but it is derived from our dialect, Sideme, which means Sideme. Yes, okay. Which means it doesn't dry.
Oh, okay.
So the main word is Oriti. It doesn't dry.
It's also one.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Oriti. Which
and
means
then so
it doesn't dry.
It's been what do they call that? Diluted to become ote.
Ote.
Right.
Always.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So now let's sell the ote waterfalls to Ghanaians. Why should anyone visit ote waterfalls?
In fact, anyone who would want to come here, we would welcome the person. It is not difficult descending down here. Rather, it is welcoming and breathtaking. Yes, you can come, relax, and read your books as well. And feel free, have your shower, you refresh your body. Yeah.
You heard it for yourself. But how much would anyone have to pay, adults and the little ones, if they want to visit this place?
Well, adults are now paying 30 cedis because it's a package now. I should say so. So adults pay 30 cedis. Tertiary students pay 20 cedis. That is those with valid ID cards. And the lower primary schools pay 5 cedis.
So 30 cedis for adults, 20 cedis for tertiary with an ID card, and then
10 cedis for second cycle, and 5 cedis for
5 cedis for lower primary. Okay. So that's it. See, very affordable. I'm sure you can afford it.
Sure.
30 cedis, 20 cedis, 10 cedis, and 5 cedis. So save some money and come and visit this place sometime. I can tell you on authority that you have fun. So it's not just the waterfalls, it's also the experience of descending down to this place. And then the whole canopy walk experience up there. So from down here you can still see the canopy walk up there. So it's a package. Try, make some time and come and visit. But thank you, Daniel, so much for telling us about this place and for making time with people and places.
Thank you so much.
All
Thank you
right.
for coming.
And I'm sure, as always, you also had some fun. We wanted to do more, actually go further down to explore the lower waterfalls and then other caves which were down there, but we were too tired. So at this point, we decided to go back up, and this was something most of us dreaded. We made some stops along the way because some of us were obviously not fit enough to make this journey back at a go. So after all the fun and adventure, we finally made it to the top. And I'm so glad that you could do this together with us. I, for certain, had a lot of fun. So you should try to make some time and come here to experience the Ote waterfalls for yourself. This is People and Places. My name is Wanda Amihagan, and thank you for joining us. See you next time.
prior to even our wedding, we discussed how long it will take for us to introduce a third person into the family.
I like that.
Right there.
We've witnessed a lot of marriages collapse because of childlessness. Husbands, wives, mocked for what they term as their inability to have children. So I asked the question, are children the ultimate prize in marriages? So here among St. Cuddles, we discuss how to handle childlessness, and also in the cases where you find yourself in what they term as an unplanned pregnancy, how best do you handle the situation? And I have here with me the right guest to do the discussion. So Thomas Duke Labig Amankwado, he's a doctoral research fellow at the University of Oslo, Norway. Yes, and he's also a former University of Oxford scholar, and he is the author of historic fiction book, The Half Moon. And also, he's a coach. Thomas, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Paula.
It's a pleasure to have you here.
I'm honored to be here.
Yeah, he's very popular on Facebook, so you should check out all the amazing things that he does. We're not doing this alone. We also have Smart Techi Nixon. He's an author, a broadcast journalist, a public relations officer. So when we talk, event hosting, when you're looking for someone to train you in public speaking, when we talk about creative writing and anything that has got to do with stage play production, we say Smart Techi Nixon. Gentlemen, you're welcome.
Thank you, Paula.
Later on we're going to discuss all the amazing things that you do. That's why we call you the proud sons of the land, Ghana. So, but today is a big deal in our part of the world where we find ourselves. They say children are a gift from God, and when you don't have children in a marriage, trust me, they're going to come after you. So I just want to find out, are children the ultimate prize in marriage? Let me take it from you, Smart, since you are the married man.
Nice way to cut Duke some slack on this one. But interestingly, I think that one of the fascinating things that I've heard about marriage is a marriage without a child is still a marriage. And so if you're a couple and you're going into marriage, it is one of the things that you should have at the back of your mind, that a marriage without a child is still a marriage. It doesn't nullify the status of the marriage. Okay, and that is one of the things that people do not come to accept. Because if you take a look at our part of the world, and I'm quite glad that you mentioned our part of the world, when you marry an individual, you are marrying a family. You are not marrying just a person. So at the weddings, you see it manifest. You see expectations of people being projected on you. And after the marriage as well, you would hear these expectations. Because sometimes you would go and visit your in-laws, and some of them will pass very funny comments. Like, hey, it's been a year since you guys got married. What's happening? We all know the intent of that particular statement. It is an indirect way to tell you that you guys are really delaying when it comes to childbirth. And you hear these comments coming from the mothers especially. I want to hold my grandchild. I want to hold my grandchild. But on a broader spectrum, if you really want to take a look at childbirth and the importance of it in marriage, there are a lot of things that stops or prevents a couple from having a child. Let's even move away from the medical condition. I personally believe that there is nothing like there is this funny saying we have in Ghana. People tell you, oh, you just give birth, God will take care of it.
But I don't know how much baby food, pampers, diapers, all those things.
Precisely.
They have no idea.
Precisely.
But Smart, I'll come to you. Thomas, we know that family pressure can be very worse. So how best can a couple handle an in-law who is always on your door knocking, when are the children going to come? When are the children going to come? And usually it's the women who suffer this. So as a loving husband, how best can you tame them?
Well, thank you very much for the question. And I'm not a loving husband yet, so it's a bit tricky. But that being said, I think that children are indeed a blessing to every couple, and when we look at this from a cultural perspective, from a cultural dimension, we would understand that it's not just about having a child for just having a child for that sake, but it is a way of sort of bringing the two families together in ways that probably would be impossible by just signing a document in court or exchanging vows. This sort of it carves this union between the two families in a very spectacular way, and that is why families always, place a lot of worth on children. But then again, you're not your own creator, and you sometimes it might. I mean, you try and you're not getting it. But how to handle this is a very tricky question that I don't think we can unravel, get to an answer. But what I can say is that it all comes down to understanding between the families. Why are we not having a child? Is there a medical explanation to this? Is there something we can do medically to improve our chances of getting a baby? If not, then what's the next best option to having a baby? I think that it comes down to just communication between the families and getting to find the best alternative.
Okay.
Yeah. People place a lot of emphasis when it comes to, you mentioned the medical aspect of it, then you realize that other people are also putting a lot of pressure on the spiritual aspect of it.
Yes.
So, a couple finds themselves in a quagmire where someone says, okay, forget about the doctors, let's go and see this pastor.
Yeah. I think that you realize you've been all over the place.
Yeah.
But then I just want to find out, because I'm a woman, let me speak for the women.
Okay.
In a marriage where there's no kids, childlessness, the first person that people blame, the woman.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't have children, you're a barren woman, the list goes on and on. Why are people quick to, put the blame on women? Meanwhile, there are men who got low sperm count, impotent, if that's the word, it's not too hard. But then people are quick to do. Is it that the women love to take the blame because they don't want people know, oh, my husband, his performance is just, why?
Women are the bearers of life.
Okay.
Women are the bearers of life. Every life on this planet Earth came from a woman. Every single life. There is nothing that walks on the surface of this earth that didn't come from a woman. I mean, aside the man's contribution, it is the women that we see produce. It is the women we see deliver. It is the woman we are expecting to bring the child into the family. But what they forget is what you also pointed out, is that it's two people that put the woman in that particular condition before she can deliver. However, our families are designed in such a way that whenever people get married, at the end of the day, people have this mindset that, okay, the moment I am expecting something from your family or from the couple and I am not getting it, the first intent is to change the woman and not to change the man. The pressure is that, oh, she's not fertile enough. We should have done a background check on her family. We should have asked more questions. Do you know whether she has done any abortions? And so there is too much of expectations, especially on the side of the woman. And I've always maintained this position that it takes a man of strong mind to stand and tell his own parents in the face that stop the noise. Stop putting the woman through that pressure. Because there are things in life you just cannot control. And it's also one of the hardest truths that people can accept. There are things you can control. There are couples today, there is nothing medically wrong with them. There is nothing spiritually wrong with them. It is not coming. So I would borrow the words of Duke. It comes down to understanding. Do you even understand? These people are in a space where they are doing everything for the first time. The marriage is their first marriage. Yeah. They are even finding ways of navigating it. And you are here putting pressure of childbirth on them. And so you must have a man. If the man weakens in his mind to kowtow to, let's say, whatever family is saying, that is where the woman feels a lot of pressure on herself because she feels like she doesn't have anybody to lean on.
Exactly.
But if you are the man and you step forward,
stand up for her,
and you are able to tell even your own parents, not just the lady's parents, your own parents that, hey,
because we say you are the, you are the head of the house.
And you are the neck.
Exactly. The woman is the neck. So you tell them, this is my home, this is how things are going to be run. But then, Duke, in our part of the world, because we prioritize children a lot.
Yeah.
In the cases when they are not coming, people want to try everything possible. They want to know that they've exhausted all means possible. But one thing that people don't love to go for is surrogacy or adoption.
Yeah.
Why is it a big
this is a very tricky question, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It comes down to Ghana's social structure, our cultural social structure. We, you know, the smallest unit in the Ghanaian society is the family, right?
Yeah.
And until recently, it was the extended family. And this is a very close-knit blood relation, right? And Ghanaians, it's hard sometimes to admit this, but we are very tribalistic.
Highly.
We're very, you know, ethnocentric to that extent. And so, you know, you want, people just can't understand why they should just go and take someone they don't share this, you know, blood relation with, and then all of a sudden treat that person as if that person was his family.
Yeah.
And this is the reason why adoption is very difficult. But then again, this is a country where we are also quite funny because we also love to bring people that we're not blood related to into our homes, and then also treat them as if they were family. We have so many people living with their aunties and uncles and great uncles and great aunties and distant relatives and all that. But I think when it comes down to childlessness and adoption, it also sort of sends a signal that you have conceded defeat. As soon as you go in for an adoption, then you send a signal to the church members and the Meko that you don't trust you don't trust God anymore, and you've taken the matters into your own hands.
So in a case where we're getting married, maybe I'm a career woman, this is the time where I'm at my peak, so I just want to give myself some time, and then the family people come in and all that. People will even think like, okay, of course you can't have children, but meanwhile at that time I'm just taking my time. You're married, smart. So how best can a couple inform the family that, okay, we are giving ourselves some time?
So for us, I think my wife and I, we made a lot of things clear to both parents. We have visited my parents and they've passed the comment and shut them up. We visited her parents. They've made a comment and she shuts them up. Because prior to even our wedding, we discussed how long it will take for us to introduce a third person into the family.
I like that.
You understand? Yeah. That discussion went so deep to the point that we had to even discuss the type of education we want to give our kids. And so we thought to ourselves that it needed planning. It wasn't something that we were just going to step in and, you know, do. And most things that people do not weigh as well. It's quite interesting you mentioned career, because in Ghana today, if a lady should get pregnant, it means that she is about to lose about 2 years of her life. And if most men are fully aware in terms of consciousness of the place in which you're going to put the woman, they will think twice about how they bring kids into, you know, because there are, I know a friend who, the wife gave birth, the first one, and the second one followed very quickly. like 6 months later, the wife had taken seed again. And so now this lady, who probably may be supporting you at home with other stuff in terms of payment of bills and all that, is going to be out of work for the next 3 to 4 years. And if we do not manage these things, and I really agree with you, because now you must ask yourself, why are we bringing the kids? Is it just we enjoy having kids, or we really want to give them the best of life, or it is just nice to have an addition in the family to the, you know, to the extended family?
But before we wrap up on this particular discussion, I just want to ask you how important it is to plan your children, because in Ghana we're talking about economy, things are hard, but you know, people just want to give birth, and there are a lot of children on the streets who are just under the sun selling and all that. If you know you are not ready, God will take care.
Paula, let's face the fact, it's very difficult to plan in Ghana. It's not like people don't want to plan, or people just are just careless. It's just difficult to plan anything in Ghana. People plan their education, and university lecturers go on strike, and all of a sudden your plan is thrown ajar. It's very difficult. We live in a country where almost everything is based on contingency. You can't even plan a trip that would take 1 hour. You end up spending 3 hours.
Contingency must.
Yes, you say I can't stay my plan.
Wow. So that's the fact of this life in this country. You can't just plan. That doesn't mean that you should not plan. But you have to plan in such a way that would inculcate into your plan these inconsistencies, these unforeseen circumstances. Almost every friend I have here in Ghana is in a precarious job situation, apart from those who are working for the government. I have one of my friends who recently had, in the span of 4 years, has had 3 kids, and this guy is unemployed. And I asked him, just yesterday, but how are you being responsible? You are not even responsible for your own self. How are you doing this?
3 kids in 4 years.
And then what he told me was that, how do I think he survived? And I said, how? He said, God. It's just God.
God will take care of us.
It's just God.
I see.
It is important to plan, Paula, but at the same time, we don't want to discourage the youth. We don't want to discourage our peers from taking certain bold steps.
Great. Thank you very much, gentlemen. So we're having today's discussion at Aunties Barber's studio here at the Legon City Mall. Guys, ladies, just working anytime from Monday to Sunday. He works all the time. So you can come here for a clean shave. Our gentlemen, it's very important that you look good all the time. Women too, we have braiding here, we do twist and locks, we do pedicure. It's a 360 thing here, and the environment is very cool. When you come here, you can come with your friends, and as I stated the last time, you can come with your boyfriend, let him get a clean cut, and then later on you see what will happen. But we'll take a quick break here. When we come back, Moons and Cardos on GhanaWeb TV continues. Welcome back. This is Mons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabruni. Now for the second part, we're doing something interesting. How to take responsibility for an unplanned pregnancy. Now this is just not for married people. Before the marriage, when you're there with your girlfriend, with your a woman that you're seeing, and maybe if it's just a one-night thing and she comes back to say, I'm pregnant, how do you handle it? Do you say, oh please, this is not what I bargained for, go do the abortion, or you take responsibility? Because at the end of the day, men are taking responsibility for pregnancies, but the plan was never to get married. So I just want to have a discussion with our men, Thomas and Smart. So if you had one married your wife, right, and the lady comes in and says, I'm pregnant for you, the plan was not to, get married. how are you going to take it? How are you going to handle it?
I would have advised against it. I would have advised against it. I have a very strong mindset when it comes to stuff like that. And I've realized that in our country, people frown on certain decisions. Now, there is an argument, whether it's pro-life, it's pro-choice, which side do you stand? I don't stand anywhere. I stand where I would benefit from the results. Okay? Because a lot of things truncate. A lot of things truncate the moment you take that decision. And this is something I tell people. You are free to choose. You are never free from the consequences of your choice. Because the moment something just happens, everything about your life changes. A lady comes to you, she tells you, probably someone you've been dating for a year or two, she tells you, I'm pregnant. What's going to happen now? That means you are going to assume a particular role.
Daddy.
A daddy role. And a daddy role comes with a lot of, responsibilities. And probably, like Duke was saying, you are not even fully in that space, or you don't even have the potential to take care of yourself.
You cannot tell us that you are not ready.
Exactly. So that is where the choice comes in, like I mentioned.